I always wondered why ghost hunters never went to Chernobyl. I've seen movies where they have monsters or mutated animals there, but I've never seen anything on ghosts. You think with the nuclear meltdown and the amount of deaths that happened there, they would have to have some activity going on. It piqued my interest so much that I planned a trip over there. I've been on small ghost hunts all over the country before, so I was no stranger to this stuff. I have been to the supposed most haunted places, but never really found anything interesting. Yeah, I have seen some weird stuff on my journeys, but never anything like what I came across in Chernobyl. The ghosts are completely different there. I'm not sure if it's the radiation before their death or after their death that completely mutated them. For the trip, I had to make sure I went alone. That was my thing. I noticed you get more paranormal activity when you go alone. Maybe they feel more powerful over one person than over a group of people, but by choosing to go alone, it made the trip extremely difficult and much more dangerous. After months of planning and studying the land, I was finally there. I drove as far as I could and walked a few hours to get there. I arrived early on in the day, hoping to hit all the landmarks, the Ferris wheel, the Azure swimming pool, and the iconic rows of abandoned apartment buildings reclaimed by nature. When I finally arrived there, I immediately started setting up my gear. I set up my camera and started live streaming the event online. I had a few die-hard fans that watched me live. I mostly did the live stream as a type of insurance. If anything bad happened, I was hoping someone watching would call for help or alert the police. The first few hours were uneventful. I didn't hear or see anything. My supposed voice box was not picking up anything. I was honestly about to start packing up my gear when I noticed a comment on my live stream. "Who is that following you? Is that a cameraman?" Following me? No one's following me, I assured them. I came here alone. It's just me. I panned around and retraced my steps, but nothing was there. I thought for sure someone was trolling me, but more comments kept popping up from different people. "Who is that behind you?" they asked. This made chills run down my spine, but I had to keep my composure. This could be a local, or worse, someone looking to rob me. I did have $1,000 worth of gear on me. Being all alone in an abounded city made me a very vulnerable target. If anything went wrong, I was screwed. But I had to find out who was following me. Okay, let's see how close we can get to it. I remember entering a room with a mirror immediately adjacent to the door. Maybe I could catch a glimpse of whoever was following me using that. I circled around and made my way towards that door. When I had left, the door was open. Upon my return, it was closed and locked shut. Damn. This is going to take some time, I told my viewers. I left my camera facing the door and tried to force it open, but it felt like this door was nailed shut when I had just been through there. I decided to give it all my strength in 3 pushes, then gave up. I should probably be heading back soon anyways. 1, 2, 3, and a bang, it flew open. I landed a few feet in front of the mirror, laughing, brushing the dust off myself, when I realized why I'm here in the first place. The follower. I looked up into the mirror and seen a pitch black mass floating behind me. I should have ran, but I was completely frozen in fear. This didn't seem like a ghost, but like a black hole had appeared behind me. Suddenly, the mass reached out towards me. Before I could flinch or even close my eyes in fear, everything went black. I don't know how long I was passed out for, but when I woke up, I was in a completely different place. Everything felt different. The air was warm with a slight noticeable draft blowing in one direction. I stood up and noticed the room was now covered in an inch of dust. The room also looked different, like someone had moved everything around, attempting to search for something. I went to grab my camera and noticed it was gone. I reached for my backpack and that was gone too. Great, somebody robbed me, I let out in anger. I was trying to piece back what happened, but I could only recall a black mass, not a person. Sadly, my head was throbbing with a headache. I could not recall anything clearly at that moment. I started to make my way out of the building, when in horror I noticed the sky was now dark red and orange. The first thing that came to mind was the reactor somehow exploded again. I could faintly hear a siren going off in the distance, but it sounded odd. It was broken and not repeating properly, like it had been running for years. I started making my way towards the exit in my rental car, which I could not be any further from. I had to make my way through the whole town and pass who knows what with all this hell going on. If this was another nuclear meltdown, I was screwed. I was right in the exclusion zone with no protective gear, nothing to defend myself with, and I had still had a long way to go. As I got closer to the town center, I started hearing the strangest animal noises I have ever heard. I thought for sure the radiation was slowly torturing whatever animals were left to die. I kept walking and I noticed the whole town looked different now. I don't know what happened when I was passed out, but everything was different. It was like people were still here ravaging through everything. It was so different, I decided I should just retrace my steps so I wouldn't get lost in all of this new junk. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Maybe it was that same feeling from before. I entered into a hospital I had walked through earlier. In here, those ungodly noises were not as loud and terrifying. I swear something or someone is out there in agony right now. I did not want to find out what it was. At this point, I was feeling woozy, my head was throbbing, and I decided I needed a break. I entered into a room with windows, so I could keep an eye on whatever the hell was going on out there. I was sitting, staring out the window, when I noticed even the trees looked different the closer I got towards the reactors. They were now bare and deformed. They looked like large bat wings curled in. But all the trees and branches were being blown away from the reactor tower. Almost like a continuous wind was pushing them away. I wonder how long I was out for. Could I have been passed out a whole day and all this just happened? I tried to ease my mind. This felt like a living hell. Could I be dead? As all these horrible thoughts were racing through my mind, a mother holding a small child on her shoulder staggered past the window. "Hello?" I shouted, but to no response. She just kept on limping by in what looked like a great amount of pain. I ran outside in a desperate attempt to get her attention. "Please stop. I can help." I kept running towards her, yelling and waving my arms. When I finally got closer, she slowly stopped, but stared straight forward. This stopped me dead in my tracks. As I was closer, I could make out the details on her. She was horribly burnt. Her ears were nothing but holes, and her face was a blank canvas of melted skin. The continuous wind blew the blanket covering her baby to reveal a large mass of flesh and small body parts, half mutated into her body. Her child was dead. As I was now close enough for her to hear me, I could now hear her. A whimpering cry was coming from inside her skin-covered mouth. I was petrified in fear. A mutated monster stood in front of me, and I did not know what to do. In what felt like an eternity, she slowly turned her head towards me. She started motioning her head upwards in a sniffing action, like she could smell me. That was enough for me to turn back towards the hospital and run as fast as I could without looking back. I could hear the muffled crying getting louder and louder as she chased me. It was almost like she wanted my help. I dashed inside and slammed the door behind me. As hard as I could, standing, staring at her, I felt a small wind. That's when I heard it. Screams of agony started howling from everywhere. The mother immediately ran towards the woods in fear. I was anxiously waiting to see what made the creature run off, when suddenly, from behind the building, horrific flesh-looking creatures started running and limping in my direction. I knew I couldn't hide from these things if they could smell me, so I ran towards the roof. I closed as many doors as I could behind me and quietly sat in an air vent as these creatures searched through the building. I tried to breathe as little as possible, but that was hard when you are terrified beyond belief. The building was so decrepit and old. I could peek though where I was hiding. I wanted to see what I was running and hiding from. The smaller ones had already left the building. Only the bigger ones were still there. As I was peeking through, a huge puffy man in a hazmat suit stumbled by. He was bloated. He looked like he could pop at any second. His suit was sewn shut like human flesh, like it was a part of his body. He was terribly burnt or mutated. I really couldn't tell. Their flesh looked like melted candle wax. They all finally left, and I was alone with my fear. I felt like prey here. I needed to escape whatever this was. I needed to get closer to my rental car and to a hospital. Now that it was quiet enough, I left that building and slowly made my way towards the exit trail. As I was walking, I noticed it felt like time wasn't moving here. It had been the same time of day as when I woke up. It surely had to have been a few hours, but the sky was still the same red and orange. This gave me an uneasy feeling. While I was walking, I noticed a normal-looking house far off in the distance. It wasn't old and abandoned looking. It had a lit torch on the front porch, like someone was currently living there. Finally, some good news, I thought. But this was towards the reactor, a place I did not want to go to. I decided that the house was my best bet, so I carefully made my way towards it, not wanting to alarm any more creatures on the way. As I was walking, I could still hear the odd screams and howls off in the distance. I could hear the pain these creatures were in. As I was walking towards the house, I looked up at the tall reactor towers. They looked enormous. I lifted my hand to shade my eyes from the glow that seemed to emanate off of them. That's when I realized I could see the bones through my skin. This caused me to quicken my pace. I started to jog since I was finally getting closer to the house. As I arrived, I could see a fire lit inside the house. Someone was definitely living there. "Hello? Anybody home? I need help," I let out desperately. At that moment, a deformed dog came running out from beneath the deck. I ran back and stumbled as the dog was halted by a chain, barely getting to me. The dog, missing all of its fur and consistently scratching itself, stared me down a few inches from my face, growling and snarling at me. Suddenly, behind him, the door flew open. "Who's there? Why are you here?" said a man as he walked forward. He was old and looked like a priest. He was wearing a torn robe and some kind of necklace around his neck. "Who's there?" he repeated, but louder this time. Me, I'm here," I repeated, confused. "Can you not see me?" I asked. "No, I cannot see. Come in, quickly now," he said while motioning his arms towards the house. His dog seemed to calm. I walked past the beast and inside his house as he shut the door behind me. His place looked old. Everything in here looked like it was from a century ago. "Who are you? Why are you still here?" I asked. "Why are you here?" "You should not be here," he responded. "I'm lost, I think. I don't know how I ended up here exactly. I was exploring the city when somehow I ended up in this place." "You just don't end up here. What were you doing exactly?" he sternly asked. "Well, I was looking for someone. Someone was following me, and I tried to see who it was. Then they touched me, and I ended up here." I see. So you were why all those things were riled up then, huh? I heard a group of those things dragging something up to the church. I'm guessing it was you." "Me? What do you mean? I'm right here." "You are here, yes. But they took your body up to the church," he said, as he walked towards a window, pointing outwards. "They sacrifice something every chance they get, the dirty bastards." He let out in anger. "I'm sick of those things. I wish they would all go away so I could rest in peace." "What are you? Are you one of them?" I slowly asked. "No. I used to be a priest. I stayed back as long as I could to help the people pass on in peace. Long after the army left everyone behind. But I guess I stayed too long because somehow I ended up stuck here. I can't leave or move on, so I learned to live with these monsters. I stay near the towers because it's the one place they seem to hate. Is there any way I can leave this place?" I asked. I don't know. Maybe if we get your body before they tear it apart we can. But I have never tried such a thing. Most who come here never make it out." "People have been here before?" "A few, yes. Lost souls like you. A few government scientists came here once, but never returned. I think the monsters scared them away." "Those creatures, the monsters, what are they exactly? Were they always here?" "No. They were people like you. They were left behind or chose to stay behind. Some tried to help. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation with greed. In the end, the radiation was too much for all of us. The government hid from us how bad the situation really was. Am I dead? I asked suddenly. No, not yet. I am. But right now, you're in between both. We must hurry. I don't know how much time you have. We will collect your body and try to put you back. He grabbed a walking stick, put a few vials of some liquid into his pocket, and we were off to the church. As we were leaving, we untied his dog, and I asked him what that thing was. Man's best friend, he responded. I used to leave him beds outside my house. He seems scared of those things out there. Eventually, we gained each other's trust and have been following each other ever since. Not all the things here are like him though. Almost all those things out there will try to rip you to shreds given the chance. They take the limbs off anything and leave them at the altar like a gift. A gift for who? There's one out there who stays hidden, but all those creatures fear him, so they leave him gifts, hoping he won't go after them. What is he? I don't know, but he was close to the reactors when everything went down. I think he's the most mutated out of all of us. As we were walking along a path, I noticed a body mutated into the ground. Its limbs were cut off, and it was slowly flailing its arms about, like he was trying to get unstuck, but he was cemented into the ground. The old man walked past it without a notice. I wanted to try and help, but I'm sure it would have tried to attack me the second it got loose. As we got closer to the church, I noticed bones were scattered everywhere. Be careful, he warned. How can you see the way? I asked. I have been here a very long time. So long that I barely remember my life before the disaster. My memories split away more and more every day, and I fear that soon I will become one of those creatures. I felt pity for this man. I wish I could help him. We walked towards the back entrance of the church. The windows were all broken, and the front doors were barricaded shut. We slowly entered. As we rounded the corner, I could see my lifeless body laying on the ground. It felt odd looking at my own body. I ran towards myself. I was cold to the touch. I'm dead, I let out in worry. No, you're not. Be quiet. We are in the den, said the old man. Now lay down inside your body, he instructed. I followed along and lay down beside myself. No, lay in your body, he angrily responded as he was gathering candles and some cloths. I moved a bit over, and somehow I was able to lay inside myself. It was an odd sensation. I was cold, and I could feel the wetness all around me. Now what do I do? Nothing, you wait. He placed lit candles around me, started soaking some pieces of cloth with the liquid, and placed it on my body. Stay quiet, and whatever you do, don't move. He took a few steps back and began to speak in a language I did not recognize. As he was doing this, I noticed the statue behind him began to move. It was the one he was speaking about. The one they feed. I yelled to warn him when the beast attacked from behind, launching both of them to the ground. His dog immediately jumped to his aid when the creature threw him into the wall, leaving him lying motionless. He was terrifying looking. He had long skinny arms with legs that were backwards at the knee. Blood was leaking from its fanged mouth, while its bloody fingertips wrapped around the arms of the priest. "Don't move," he shouted. I was frozen in fear, being near this creature, but I wished to help. While the priest was holding back the fangs from digging into him, he pulled out a vial and threw it into the monster's huge mouth. It released its grip from him and staggered backwards, coughing a greenish glowing substance that released smoke from anything it touched. I thought for sure it was radioactive. The monster retreated outwards while the priest stood up examining his wounds. "The son of a bitch dug into me deep," he said. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I should be able to finish this, but just in case they come back, I'm going to make sure I get the last hit." He stood up and walked over to his dog. "Don't worry, buddy. I'll be seeing you on the other side," he said while petting his head. He then walked around the church, pouring something onto the ground, saving the most for the entrance we used. "What's that?" I asked. "You'll see," he responded. He then walked back over to me and started chanting again. "Are you going to be okay?" I asked. He ignored me and kept speaking in that unknown language. Not a minute into the ritual, a screeching roar came from outside the building. He started chanting louder while pulling something out of his pocket. I could see through the holes in broken windows that a mob of creatures were coming directly our way. "There's a lot of them," I shouted. He then lit a match and threw it onto the substance on the ground. A purple flame erupted and lit our entire surroundings on fire. Arms and heads then started reaching into the building trying to grab us. I felt helpless. I could feel the certain death on the other side of the walls. A strange glow began to form around myself. I pulled my hands up to look closely at my fingertips, illuminating, when I realized my physical body moved with me now. "It worked," I shouted. At that moment, more and more creatures began ripping open the building. The glow around my body grew brighter and brighter when the roof started falling down, nearly hitting us. He then knelt down while continuing his chant. I started feeling sick. My body suddenly felt extremely cold. As the light around me grew too bright to look at all the monsters breaking through the walls, storming inside at a great pace. The priest ignored all of this and kept on his chant. The roof then collapsed as it was falling closer and closer, and the creatures were within arm's length of both of us. I blacked out. I was surrounded by darkness. I woke up in a dark room. The sun was down and I was freezing. I sat up and realized I was back in the room with the mirror, my camera sitting on the ledge, and my backpack laying next to me. "Was that a dream?" I asked. I stood up and looked at the time. It was 3:15 a.m. in the morning. What just happened? I asked myself. I gathered my stuff and walked outside. It was dead quiet. No sound except the wind rustling the leaves on the trees. I started my way back and everything looked normal. I was back in the world of the living. I noticed a collapsed church on my walk back and stopped by to look at it. It looked burnt, graffiti covered one remaining wall. I stood there wondering if I had imagined everything that had happened. And as I was looking through the debris, I noticed old priest robes, completely shredded to pieces. I turned around and walked as fast as I could towards my rental car, not wanting to think of everything that had just happened. The car started fine. I made it home with a few bruises, but nothing bad. I looked over my footage the following week, and to my disappointment, it did not capture anything, just me collapsing to the floor with nothing standing behind me. Did all of that really happen? Or did I just hit my head hard enough to think that that happened? I have no idea. I still have nightmares of those creatures in that place. Hi, I would like to start this off by saying my name is James Smith. I am 26 years old. I live in a small town in Illinois named Clinton. I have lived here for most of my life. I had moved into this town when I was 6, right after my dad had passed away from cancer, and my mom lost pretty much everything after that. So she wanted to start fresh here, because we have family that lives here in this town. So she took up the offer of help, so that we would have a roof over our heads. It was hard for me at first to move to a new town and a new school, while still being upset and depressed that my dad had just passed away. I got used to it though, made new friends, even got married and had 2 kids. But there is something off about this town. There is a rule that everyone is made to follow. This is why I am writing this right now. Our family broke that rule. If you hear the sound of ringing outside between the times of 1:30 a.m. and 3:30 a.m., do not look out the windows, no matter what. I had never known what they meant by this, or why we had to follow it. Every time I would ask my mom, pure dread flushed through her face, and she would scream at me, "Just follow the rules, sweetie, so you can keep you and mommy safe, okay?" So I listened and followed it, without much thought at all, up until last night. This is where this story begins. It was a cold winter night here in Illinois, like usual. It was right for the time of year, which it was an October night. I was getting ready for bed, tucking in my 2 younger boys. I walked out of the room quietly, closing the door and turning off the hallway light. I made my way down the hall and into the kitchen where my wife was sitting and smoking a dimly lit cigarette. "Hey sweetie, did you put the kids to bed?" she said with a smile as she proceeded to take another drag from her cigarette. "Yeah, I put them to sleep," I said in an exhausted tone. The room went quiet for a second. The only sound that could be heard was the ceiling fan that was on high above us. My wife looked down at her ring and sighed. "How much longer, James? How much longer until we can get out of this damn town?" I walked over to the cabinet and opened it, grabbed out a bottle of Jack Daniels and proceeded to pour myself a glass, and sat on the other side of the kitchen table. "I don't know, honey. I'm freaked out about the disappearances too, you know. I want our kids to be able to live safely and comfortably too," I said in an irritated manner. "And this damn rule is making it so much more difficult. That's why we put earplugs in their ears while they sleep," I screamed. I picked up my glass and finished it in one go. I got up and walked to the kitchen, looking out into the darkness and thinking about what we should do. "Let's move to Springfield. It's a lot safer there," my wife stated in a desperate tone. "Alright, we'll start looking for places in the morning," I said with a fake smile on my face. We started walking towards our bedroom. We both got ready for bed and laid down and went to sleep for the night. I woke up to the sound of my alarm buzzing. I sat up and looked around. My wife was still sleeping, so I got out of bed and went to go check on the kids. They were still sleeping as well. I closed their door and walked into the kitchen. I got out our old dusty laptop and went onto the web to try and find us a new home in Springfield, or pretty much anywhere at this point. I marked down the ones I liked the most, and looked a little more, and then shut the laptop and put it back onto the table in the living room. I had to be to work in an hour, so I got ready and ate some cereal, and made my way to work. While driving, I heard on the radio there had been another disappearance in our town. A 10-year-old boy had gone missing in the middle of the night, and if you had any information, please call the local police department. God, another one. We need to get the hell out of this town, I said in a panicked voice. I work at the old warehouse on the edge of town. I didn't have much of a special job, just doing the normal stuff like using a forklift, or moving around crates and packages all day. But the pay was good, so I had stuck with this job for years now. I pulled up and got out of my car and walked in. My day was uneventful. I just did the normal routine that I had done thousands of times. It was 6 p.m. now. I put my work clothes into my locker and started heading to my car. I drove home and walked into the house. My wife came and greeted me at the door with a smile on her face. "How was work, babe?" she asked in a joyful tone. "It was good. Did you hear there was another disappearance in town?" I said. The room went quiet, and we both had a moment of silence and walked to the kitchen. "I'm going to call the housing unit in the morning and schedule a meeting," I said in a serious tone. We went to bed that night, and in the morning, I woke up. I shut off the alarm and went to head out into the kitchen to make myself a cup of coffee. I got the laptop out and picked the house we were going to move to. I called them and we talked over the details, and all I had to do was go and fill out the paperwork now. I got dressed and rushed out the door. I arrived at the place a couple hours later. I was greeted by a really nice woman. She had long black hair and was about 5'5", and was in a pretty blue dress. "Hi, you're James, correct?" she said in a cheerful manner. "Ah, yes. It's nice to meet you," I said. "Here, come with me. I'll give you a tour of the place before we sign the papers over to you," she said. We walked into the house and began to look around. It's nice, I thought to myself. While we were walking around, I started thinking about all the good memories we can make in this house. I smiled for real for the first time in a while. We got done with the tour and I signed the papers. She handed me the house keys and we shook hands. She got in her car and drove off. I sat on the porch for what seemed like hours. "Oh crap, it's starting to get dark," I said to myself. I got up and got into my car and started my way back home. Like before, it took me around a couple hours to get back home. As I was pulling up, the clock read 10:30 p.m. Something didn't seem right though. All the lights were off in the house. Normally, my wife would be up, waiting for me in the kitchen while the lights are on. I quickly got out of my car and ran up to the door. "It's locked," I said in a frightened tone. I locked it before I had left. I laughed at myself. Maybe Maya had to go out and run some errands while I was gone. I walked into the door, and it was pitch black. I looked around, and I started to call for my wife and kids. No response. I started to get scared, and then I flipped on the light, and my heart sank through my chest. My wife was laying on the floor in a puddle of blood. I screamed her name and I ran over to her. I checked her pulse and started to cry. She was dead. I got up and ran into my kids' room, and they were nowhere to be found. The window had been smashed, and it appears like there had been a struggle of some sort. How could this be happening? We were so close, I said while screaming and crying, when from behind me, I heard large footsteps and the sound of ringing coming from whatever was behind me. It's only 10 p.m. The ringing isn't supposed to be here yet, I thought as I sat there frozen in fear. A loud voice boomed from behind me. Your son broke the rule. Now you will all be punished. I turned around in anger and saw something that would haunt me the rest of my life. A tall, slender, and deformed creature was standing behind me. It had long talons like fingers and razor-sharp teeth, and it was huge. It had to be around 8'4". It was holding my youngest boy by the throat. My boy was lifeless and had an expression of fear on his face. What the hell did you do to my family? I screamed at the top of my lungs at the creature. Like I said before, they broke the rule. I changed the time by a little, I hope you don't mind. It smiled out of joy, and I blacked out at that moment. I woke up lying on the floor face first. It took a second to collect myself. I quickly snapped back into reality and sat up. Maya, boys, I called out. But then remembering the night before, I stood up and dialed 911. When they arrived, they took my statement and a missing persons report was put in place. After they left, I drove back to the house where we were once going to live in and sat on the porch and started to cry. Then I heard my youngest boy call out from the woods, "Daddy, help me." I shot up and bolted towards the sound of his voice, calling out his name. No response. My mind must be playing tricks on me, I thought to myself. I fell to the ground and gave up. A year has passed, and I am currently living in the new house. I couldn't handle going back to that other house. Every time I did, that night kept replaying in my head, and it drove me crazy. I can't get over the fact that if I would have been there for them, they wouldn't be dead. At night, I always have the same dream, walking into that damned house and trying to save them, but I can't. It almost feels like that thing I had seen that night doesn't want me to forget and move on. I'm in its sick little game. At night, I can hear what I can only imagine is him, walking back and forth, and that damn ringing doesn't stop. It never does. I have been tempted to just look out the window, but I just can't bring myself to do it. That's what he would want. He wants me to look out just to show me a sickening scene of my family. I know I don't have much time left. I just can't take it anymore. So I'm recording this to warn you. If you ever move into Clinton, Illinois, never break the one rule. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Patient, Peter Ingram. Is this thing on? Right. So my name is Peter. Peter to my friends, but heck, I killed all my friends. So go ahead, call me Peter. I'll just tell you from the get-go that I am crazy. Certified insane. I mean, that's why I'm here, right? They don't lock anyone away in Bainbridge Asylum unless they're out of their mind. no matter what some of the other patients would have you believe. Out of their minds and violent. Only 4 of my personalities are violent, really. But we all agree that I am right where I belong. I don't think of myself as a violent man, but I do get enjoyment out of seeing how creative my alter egos are when they spill the blood of others. Feel free to judge me. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you're not here to listen to me prattle on about my personal issues, right? You're here to learn about some of the strange things going on at this noble old building that we, the condemned crazies, call home. I'm sure you'll be tempted to pass off a lot of what I say as nonsensical drivel consecrated in the disturbing halls of a broken mind. But listen here. I'm insane, but I'm not stupid. I'm not a liar, nor have I ever suffered from hallucinations aside from when I was under the influence of illicit drugs. I won't pretend to understand everything that's went on, but I know what I saw. I know the truth, no matter what the eggheads have to say about it. Right, so we aren't being allowed a ton of time for this interview, so I'll just share with you the scariest thing I've ever witnessed here, or anywhere for that matter. It happened on a day not too long ago during lunch. I was being allowed to join some of my fellow crazies in the cafeteria, B2 of the B ward, which is where we get to eat lunch when the eggheads are fairly certain we're not going to cause trouble. I get to eat there when I'm Peter, because I never cause trouble. Like I said, I'm not a liar, sometimes even when I'm not Peter. So after 15 years, they've come to trust that I am who I say I am when I'm asked. I only change after sleeping or after a seizure, so they know I won't suddenly decide to hurt someone or anything like that. On the whole, I'm probably one of the easiest patients to take care for. Except when I'm Henry. Things always get a lot more exciting and dangerous when I'm him. Anyway, that day at lunch, I decided to sit near Mason, a relative newcomer to the nut house. He had apparently worked in construction until the day he had killed and partially ate 2 of his coworkers on the job. Cannibalism really isn't my cup of tea. But Mason is a nice enough guy, when the voices in his head aren't urging him to eat flesh of the chosen. He's pretty laid back on a normal day, so it's easy to see when he's worked up and fighting his demons. Even Henry knows to keep his distance then. But this day, he was fine. So I sat down to his left, being careful to leave 2 empty seats between us. You always have to leave 2 seats open on either side of him in case his dead coworkers are in attendance. "Hey Mason," I said. "I heard you had a visitor this morning." "Peter?" he asked, eyeing me cautiously. "The one and only," I answered, chuckling lightly to let him know there was no danger here. "Right," he said, turning his attention back to the food on his plate. "Yeah, the wife came by with my kid." He chewed on a baby carrot in silence for a moment, and then sighed. "She still won't talk to me, or even look in my direction, you know? My boy. He tries to be all cheerful like, but I can tell he isn't comfortable with the way me and his mom are. I can still see his love for me shining in his eyes, but there's also a lot of sadness there. I expect it won't do him much good to keep seeing me in this place, but what can I do, man? They won't ever let me go back home." I grunted in agreement, swallowing a mouthful of mashed potatoes. Well, at least he doesn't have to stay here, anyway. Not like that kid Galloway. "Thank God for small favors," he laughed. Do you know that Galloway's kid's father still tries to get them to allow him a one-on-one visit with his son? My boy even tried to kill me like what Galloway did to his dad. Ha. They wouldn't have to worry about his sorry butt here. He'd be sitting comfortably at the bottom of a 6-foot concrete grave. Ain't it the truth, I smiled, chugging down half the milk in my cup. Honestly, I'm not sure I shared Mason's sentiment about Galloway. If I'd ever had a son, I might be proud to have one who accomplished what that boy had, even if I had to become one of his victims. I can only imagine the fun I might have had with the little pup to raise. Peter? Mason gasped suddenly, staring at the spot above and behind me. He stammered. His left eye started to twitch. Do you see that thing? It's not one of mine. I don't know. I don't usually like to involve myself in other wackos' psychological misfires, but something about the look in his eyes made me think it would be wise to take a look for myself. There was a very distinct feeling of something dangerous lurking behind me that made me instinctively want to protect my spine. Or maybe it wasn't a feeling so much as the naked terror written on Mason's face that got me. I quickly whipped my head around to see what was going on, and I yelped in shock at the vision before me. Again, I freely admit I am insane, and I know that you'll be disinclined to fully believe my account of this incident, but I know what I saw. I know that Mason and I witnessed the same thing, with no possible explanation for that, except for us actually having seen it with our own eyes. This was no hallucination, and as far as I know, hallucinations don't typically kill people. Not directly, anyway. Just please bear with me and listen to my whole story before you shut off the recorder and make on to the next crazy. You don't have to believe me, but just listen. What I saw, I kid you not, was a little old granny plastered most of the way up the wall behind our table. Like, seriously. The face was that of the stereotypical old white grandma, with friendly wrinkles and laugh lines, sparkling blue eyes, and what's the word? Benevolent smile on her small lips. Her long silver hair was done up in a messy bun atop her head, and her earlobes were adorned with small pearl earrings. The reading glasses, resting across the bridge of her nose, added a touch of charming intelligence. It was the kind of face that automatically brought to mind images of freshly baked cookies and homemade lemonade, story time by the fireplace, magical purses, and peppermint candies. I might as well have been pleasantly surprised if it hadn't been for the rest of her. The granny wore no clothes, from her neck down. She was long and fleshy, almost like a slug. In her absence of limbs, her skin looked like the exact color and texture of a thawed, store-bought plucked chicken. The edges of her skin where it connected with the wall were an almost lavender shade of purple, and they flapped and undulated lightly as though disturbed by a breeze. Where she moved a little closer to us, her motion was more snake-like than sluggish in its quickness and side-to-side action. I jerked back in surprise and knocked over my cup of milk, but never let my eyes leave the horror of the wall. I felt Mason's strong hands grip my shoulders and pull me close to him. Dead coworkers be damned. Hey, what's the problem over here? came the booming voice of Mr. Manny, one of the security guards from our ward. He stepped in front of us, with his hands hovering menacingly over both his club and his taser. I couldn't fathom how he hadn't seen the thing on the wall on his way over to us, but I tried my best to draw his attention to the problem by wildly gesturing in its direction. Mason only tightened his fearless grip on me as we both wordlessly trembled. Mr. Manny only grunted in frustration and reached for his walkie-talkie, presumably to call for some assistance in getting us out of the cafeteria before we could cause a disturbance. The granny never gave him a chance. Quickly slithering down closer to the guard, the creature shot two thick, long tendrils out of her mouth and wrapped them around his neck. Mr. Manny's arm shot down to his side, and he went completely rigid as the granny turned him to face her and pulled him in closer. He looked completely terrified, and I'm sure he would have screamed his head off if he had been allowed to make a sound. As it was, it appeared the awful monstrosity had him under some kind of paralysis with her hold, and all he could do was stare helplessly and wet his pants. The granny gazed at him lovingly, as would a grandmother doting on her beloved grandchild, cooing softly as the ends of her tendrils stroked his cheek. The end of the tender moment finally came when two smaller appendages with long, rudimentary fingers emerged from under the monster's chin. The fingers held long, sharp knitting needles that looked to be made of the same substance as her body, and I couldn't help but think they looked fitting for a nightmare grandma. The way she popped those knitting needles into Mr. Manny's eyes, however, seemed unbecoming of any grandmother outside of hell. It was only after the horrid act that Mr. Manny was finally able to let out a piercing, agonizing scream. Out of my mind with terror, I wildly looked around the room, hoping to see other guards running over to deal with the grotesque, elderly abomination on the wall. Unbelievably, no one else in the room seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary. Not the other patients, not the guards, not the orderlies, or other staff present in the cafeteria. Mason and I were the only unfortunate witnesses of this ghoulish event. It was as if we had somehow been moved just out of reach of the mundane world for a personal show of insanity beyond comprehension. A painful tightening of Mason's grip on my shoulder brought my attention back to that which I wish I could unsee. I don't know how to properly explain what I saw next. Even now, I find it difficult to wrap my mind around what the granny creature did to Mr. Manny. The best way I can describe it is to say that she unraveled him. He came apart like a ball of yarn as she worked him over and used his unraveled flesh to knit a hooded covering for her body. She used some of his bones for accents in her bloody garment, fashioning them into buttons and flower-like patterns. She let his internal organs and uniform fall to the floor in an unused pile of gore. Afterwards, the monster donned her cloak, retracted her appendages, and looked approvingly at her handiwork. Then, she kindly smiled at us and slithered her way back up the wall and into an open vent in the ceiling. Only after Mason let out of his hold on me to collapse to the floor, in blessed unconsciousness, did I finally manage a proper scream of my own. Almost like some spell had been broken when the creature had left the room. The entire cafeteria suddenly became aware of the chaos happening in our section. The bloody remains that used to be Mr. Manny's caused everyone to fly into a panic, with some of the other crazies becoming violent at the sight of the carnage. I just sat screaming through it all until a seizure stole me away and Patricia took my place. From what I hear, she had found a good place to hide until things settled down and the patients were taken out of there. So, anyway, the story that everyone is being fed about the incident is that an unnamed psycho in the ward managed to sneak into the cafeteria and kill the guard who discovered him. No explanation of how this random sicko reduced Mr. Manny to such a state without being noticed by the rest of the people in the room. Manny and my accounts are discredited because we're insane, of course. And who wouldn't believe it, even if we weren't? I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazier than I thought, and none of what I saw was real. But then, why did the director of Bainbridge suddenly decide to resign after that? What did he see on the security footage that day? Believe me, that man has seen a lot of messed up stuff in all his years of working here. What was it that finally pushed him over the edge? Man, I just don't know anymore. Anyway, that's all I've got for you. If you ever want to know about the other weird things I've seen in this place, you know where to find me. I just wish that wasn't here anymore in Bainbridge. I've been in this place for a long time, but now things just don't feel much like home anymore. I don't really feel safe here anymore, you know? Well, good luck to whomever you peg to be the next director of this crazy farm. He's gonna need it. Security Guard Aaron Mackey. My name is Aaron Mackey. I'm 38 years old. Been working security for about 10 years now. I graduated from an Ivy League university with a fancy degree in English, but that didn't put food on the table. So here I am. I used to work the prison up north, but my wife got a nice promotion at her job, and we could finally afford to buy a house in a nicer neighborhood out this way. My buddy, who also worked security, put in a good word for me here at Bainbridge Asylum, and I was hired within a week of moving to my new place. The pay raise I took by signing onto this place is just about worth the hassle, if not entirely fulfilling. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have found employment here. It's just that Bainbridge is weird. I mean, it's an insane asylum, so you're bound to see some crazy stuff happen, more often than not. But some things that go on here are strange even for a place that houses the criminally insane. I've only been working here for about 4 months, but I've already seen my fair share of unexplainable occurrences, one of which I'll share with you here. Now, before you get to asking, I'm not going to talk about what happened to Officer Manny. I'd personally never met the guy because we'd never worked the same wards. I work primarily in D ward, which is where we care for the elderly patients. For reasons never explained to me, Officer Manny was no longer permitted access to D ward, though he had worked many a night shift there prior to me joining the security team. From what little I've heard, he maybe wasn't as gentle as he should have been when dealing with some of the more fragile or sickly old people here. As far as the nature of his death, I only know what upper management has told everyone, though there are some interesting theories floating around the building that contradict the memo we all received. Anyway, instead of wasting your time with hearsay about something that doesn't relate to me, I'll tell you about something abnormal that I've actually witnessed. Now, for the most part, I'm strictly a day shift worker. I sometimes cover shifts in other wards, but I almost never work nights. I like to get my work done while my wife is working and my daughters are at school. so we can all spend our evening together as a family. This is really important to me since I work weekends and I want to spend as much time with my girls as possible. I've only volunteered to work a night shift once, and that was because my wife took the girls to visit her parents for a weekend. Now, my in-laws are good people, but I can only take them in small doses. You know how it is. Anyway, that night, I was assigned to work in C Ward, which houses a lot of patients undergoing experimental treatments. I won't lie, that ward gives me the creeps, even in the bright light of day. I was not looking forward to spending my time there after the sun went down. But as they say, beggars can't be choosers. Honestly, the shift started out much quieter than I was expecting, with the chaotic noises of the day becoming more subdued by the hour. I was actually kind of enjoying myself since I was paired up with Officer Franklin for the night rounds. Remember that buddy that helped me acquire this position? Yeah, that's Franklin. He's a solid dude, quick, reliable, and funny as hell. With him there, I might as well have decided to pull a few more night shifts on the C Ward. Unfortunately, I happened upon a situation that might keep me off of nightly duty for the foreseeable future, especially on that ward. It was around 3 a.m. when Franklin and I went to do our 4th patrol of the mostly slumbering ward. There were a lot of nocturnal patients pacing their rooms, or drawing weird pictures, or doing whatever else crazy people think to do in the wee hours of the morning. Since there wasn't much going on at that hour, Franklin and I decided to split up and check on different corridors to get the patrol done faster. That isn't standard procedure, of course. But sometimes, this job has a way of lulling you into feeling like things are safer than they really are. Anyway, Franklin took the east wing, while I went to check out the west wing. You might already be familiar with Bainbridge's peculiar room numbering system, which apparently stem from some superstitions of original design. All patients' rooms are given even numbers. In fact, the only odd numbers you'll find in the building are in storage and maintenance rooms. No one has ever told me of any exceptions to this rule, and I have no reason to believe that there are any, except that night. I'm sure I saw something that maybe wasn't supposed to be there. I mean, it wasn't there. It couldn't have been. And yet, as I went down the corridor, I did my usual peeking into the windows of each room to make sure nothing alarming, let's say, with any of the patients. C20 was sleeping, C22 was sleeping, C24 was sitting up in bed, staring at his hand with a terrified expression on his face. Nothing unusual there. C26 was sleeping. C27 was C27. I stepped back away from the door and stared up at the number tile above it, C27. I looked to the left and the right of it, and sure enough, C27 sat between C26 and C28. It wasn't usual to find storage rooms among the patient's rooms, but this one had a door that looked just like a patient's room door, complete with an observation window. I was pretty sure I didn't notice such an anomaly during any of the previous rounds, but there was always the chance that I had simply missed it. Anyhow, there it was, and I still had a job to do. So I cautiously approached the door to C27 and looked in. The patient in room C27 was standing in front of the wall outside the door, facing away from me with his arms outstretched and palms pressed against the wall. There was a large, ornate drawing of a leafless tree that covered most of the wall's surface, beautifully detailed and drawn entirely in a rust-colored ink or paint. The patient himself wore no clothes and was almost skeletal in appearance. His taut skin was bone white, and I could see the outline of every rib growing out of his prominent spine. His very visible blood vessels all seemed to be in motion, squeezing rhythmically, as though pushing all of his blood to his hand via peristalsis. The gray tree on the wall seemed to be growing even larger, as if fed from the blood of that man. I didn't know what to do. There was something seriously wrong going on in C-27, and I felt ill-equipped to do anything about it. I did feel like I should probably get the patient away from that tree though. So I took out my keycard and went to unlock the door. Looking down, I was shocked to see that there was nowhere for my keycard to go. The doorknob had an old-fashioned keyhole in it, unlike any other patient room door I've ever seen in this place. I grabbed the knob and tried to turn it, but it wouldn't budge. I jiggled the knob and jerked at the door a few times before giving up and looking back to the window. I nearly choked on my own tongue when I saw the patient's face a few inches away from mine on the other side of the glass. The man looked furious, with his thin, wide mouth contorted into a vicious snarl. His blue eyes looked feral, wide open with tiny pupils and yellowed sclera. The skin on his face had been stretched so thin that it had ripped open in several places. His long, blonde hair hung in wispy strands from his patchy scalp. The few teeth he still had embedded in his shriveled up gums were blackened with rot, and his tongue was a sickly purple color. I suddenly didn't want to open the door. In fact, I hoped with everything in me that the door was incapable of opening. I started to back away slowly, but then quickened my pace when the man in the room smashed his forehead into the window. I tripped over my own feet in my haste, and cried out as I hit the floor hard with my right hip. I cried out again as his head forcibly hit the window a second time. Breaking away the glass barrier, I screamed bloody murder when the guy started climbing and pushing his thin frame through the opening. At the sound of running footsteps coming in my direction, I turned to see Franklin sprinting to my rescue. He skidded to a halt right in front of me, blocking my view and approaching the horror. "Mackie, what's going on?" he yelled, sweeping his flashlight around to look for trouble. "Behind you," I wheezed. "Coming out of C-27. C-27? Mackie, there's no C-27. Franklin said with ample concern on his face as he looked me over. He stepped aside so that we could both look at the place I had been facing. There was, of course, nothing there except for a blank wall situated between C-26 and C-28. "No way!" I yelled as I scrambled to my feet and made my way over to the wall on wobbly legs. I felt the hard permanence of the wall under my palms and shook my head at the craziness of the situation. "No way!" I cried, refusing to believe that my mind had just made all of that up. "No way," I said more softly, feeling defeated but also relieved. I let Franklin guide me gently away from the wall and back towards C Ward, security office. We didn't say anything the whole way there, and I didn't even feel like I could look my friend in the eyes, for fear that he might see insanity in mine. "Listen," Franklin said, once we were back in the office and had found a corner to ourselves. "Don't tell the others what you saw tonight," he told me, nodding his head in the direction of the other officers there. "No one will think you're crazy for it, given the strange things we've all seen around here from time to time. But they will give you crap, probably a new nickname for it, especially if they find out that you screamed like a little girl." "But you don't know what I saw," I argued feebly. "How do you know I didn't legitimately lose my marbles out there?" "Like I said," he sighed, placing a hand on my shoulder. "We've all seen things. It really doesn't matter what you saw specifically. Sometimes it's best not to look too closely, though. It takes getting used to. But when you see things at Bainbridge that defy reason, like a room that shouldn't be there, take note of it and move on. You understand? Whatever you just saw, let it go. You don't want to go so far down that rabbit hole that you end up occupying one of the rooms here yourself. Some things here extend beyond the scope of your job. You leave those things well enough alone and you'll be alright. Franklin, I breathed, shaking my head wonderingly. Why the hell would you sign me up for a job like this? You're a tough guy, Mackie. I knew you could handle it, he said dismissively. Reaching into a nearby cabinet, he grabbed 2 snacks and pushed one towards me. Want a bear claw? Look, whatever you may think about my story, just know that this place is not for the faint of heart. The last director undoubtedly knew that and was able to tough it out here for a mighty long time. I don't even want to know what would chase a man like him out of this place. But the next director had better be someone tough as nails. Someone who will be okay with taking a closer look at the things that the rest of us aren't paid enough to do. I sure wouldn't want to be the one to do it. I pity the one you find. Patient Alicia Barnes. I'm Alicia Barnes. I'm not supposed to be here, you know. They put me in here because I'm a witch. But stake burning is no longer allowed. Sure, I've killed a few men, but it was only because I needed their body parts for my spells. So sue me or whatever. And those kids at the park had to die because they got a particular ritual wrong. Their souls had become corrupted and they would have slaughtered the whole city. I know I'm into some dark stuff, but that doesn't mean I want to be the cause of the world's demise. It wasn't my fault that those idiots didn't follow my instructions to the letter, but I was the one to introduce them to the ritual. So their killing spree would have been on me. So yeah, you're welcome. If I had let that group live, you would probably be dead now. So the story is that our esteemed director has decided to resign, right? That's a load of bull. I have it on good authority that he's still here at Bainbridge Asylum. You know, the one thing that really used to grind my gears about this place was that someone like me had to languish here under the label of insanity, while someone like him got to run the place. Do you have any idea what kind of dark stuff that guy was into? I'm willing to bet he murdered a lot more people than I ever have. That's the only way you reach the depths of depraved power he had reached. Well, now it's not so bad since he's stuck here now as much as I am. Maybe even more so. I heard he got his very own secret room on the C ward. Serves him right. You're probably wondering why I don't witch my way out of this place, right? Well, Bainbridge is a pretty magical place and has its own rules that need to be followed. Before I got locked up here, I had actually become well versed on the lore that surrounds the asylum. I loved hunting down places with dark histories, and this asylum was close to where I lived. So naturally, I learned a lot about it. Are you aware that Bainbridge is built right on top of the site of Brisbane's massacre? Over 200 people dead and buried right underneath our feet. Look it up. It's a fascinating story. The original founders of the asylum were said to have been a group of necromancers who were building a school here dedicated to furthering their research on raising the dead. Okay, I know that's not what the official history states about them, but I looked to more truthful sources for my information. Anyway, the design of this building follows a set of rules that governs the behavior of the magic here. Admittedly, I had not quite figured out how all of it works yet. The master I serve is not allowed to assist me in my endeavors to discover the inner workings of Bainbridge's powers. The energies expressed here are downright perplexing and often more dangerous than I'm used to handling. I somehow don't think that the original founders accomplished whatever it was that they were trying to achieve. It's like they omitted something important, or they mistranslated an important ritual from one of the old textbooks. It seems like they unintentionally created a powerful, malevolent, intelligent, but confused beast when they built Bainbridge. Now no one can control it or figure it out. Just ask the last director. I suppose I'll go on and tell you about my near-death experience here. It has been labeled a suicide attempt, of course, but I can tell you that I've never been suicidal in my life. Believe me, I know where my master comes from. I'm in no hurry to get there. And though my master won't outright confirm my suspicions, I fear that if I die in this asylum, I won't get to leave. My own energy will just become another awful part of this place. And that's not something I'm overly eager to face. Nothing in my life is so bad that I'm willing to forfeit it for any afterlife I can imagine for myself. I used to really enjoy exploring Bainbridge at night. This building is a secretive place, but at night, it lets its hair down and allows itself to really be seen by those who are inclined to look. Yes, I have my ways of getting out of my room at night. No, I'm not going to reveal them. Just know that the walls and doors are a lot more porous than they appear, and that I haven't yet met a room that can hold me or keep me out if I had a mind to exit or enter. Unfortunately, many of the entities that exist within these walls can boast the same prowess, so escaping unwanted visitors can be a tricky thing. That wasn't too much of a problem for me until I almost got myself killed. That night, I decided to explore all walled off sections of A Ward that most people don't know about. According to the dark historians, this area is known as the Rush. Thanks to some confused bit of magic, time runs more quickly than usual in there. And I don't mean just the time on your watch would be speeding by. Everything moves as if on permanent fast forward, like something is rushing to get everything to where it is going. It's a very strange phenomenon to think about, let alone to experience. I thought it would be the coolest thing to check out for myself, but it never occurred to me that something might live there. I truly regret having opened that can of worms. As it turns out, the Rush isn't really that impressive when you're in it. To an outside observer, it would look amazing, but for the people inside the Rush, everything appears to be normal, because everything is moving at increased speed, including your thoughts. Nothing seems to be moving differently. That realization was a bit of a letdown for me, but it was still neat to feel the unique energy of the place and to discover all of the things that had been left behind in the haste to cover it up. Surprisingly, there wasn't much dust or any real signs of decay about the area, and not a single bug or cobweb to be seen. A few sounds of scurrying alerted me to the presence of mice or rats within the walls, but I didn't notice droppings anywhere. The floors in the area looked like some kind of off-white linoleum, unlike the pink and baby blue vinyl tile currently used by the rest of the asylum. Also, unlike the rest of the asylum, the doors to the rooms were made of a dark brown heavy wood. Instead of windows to look through, each door had a small opening with a sliding barrier for observation. The doorknobs were old and wooden, with a keyhole resting beneath each one. None of the doors I tried were locked, which meant I could have a look around without having to waste energy on creative entering. I guess the ease of entering made me forget caution, as I'd never even bothered to look through the observation hole before opening a door. The first room I entered was furnished with a wooden bed frame that was bolted to the wall and a small wooden desk that was bolted to the floor. The walls were plastered with crayon drawings of flowers, rainbows, and an assortment of bugs and animals. On the desk sat a few professional-looking sketches of the very walls of the room, with all of the drawings present. All of the cutesy pictures on the wall made me gag, but I was rather fond of the sketches. I pocketed one to take with me and moved on to the next room. The only furniture present in the second room was a single wooden chair sitting in the room's center, facing away from the door. In the chair sat a large orange and yellow teddy bear that looked like it was homemade. The fabric and pattern of its skin seemed consistent with what a woman might use for a summer dress. The one remaining button eye on its face was yellow and shaped like a flower. The nose was a black felt material, while the stitching that created its smile was brown. A syringe filled with a dark substance punctured the bear's face where the missing eye would have been. I could feel that the bear was very angry, so I picked it up and squeezed it against my chest, taking some of its burden into myself before returning to its chair. I know, I'm such a sentimental fool sometimes, but the bear appreciated it, and I left the room better than I found it. The third room was trouble. When I put my hand on the doorknob of the room, I felt something that should have at least gotten me to take a peek into the room before opening the door. It felt wrong. I didn't know of any other way to describe it. If I had been anywhere else except for Bainbridge, that feeling would have caused me to walk away unless my master had made a specific request for me to bypass that decision. I think the overall strangeness of this asylum and its various energies has weakened my inhibitions to a degree. Or maybe I've just grown stupider over the years. Whatever the reason for my lack of caution, I opened the door to the third room and stepped right in. The first thing that grabbed my attention was the number of walls. I mean, it almost seemed like the walls themselves were completely made of numbers. Numbers on top of numbers. Big, small, different colors, even numbers in different languages. Some of them were so ornate that they wouldn't have looked out of place in an art museum. Others were crudely carved into the wall. Still, others looked like ethereal caveman paintings. Even though I couldn't read all of them, it didn't take me long to understand that all of the numbers were odd. That didn't bode well in a place like this, so I quickly decided to take my leave. I actually might have left the room unscathed, except that I suddenly noticed that there was a fully intact bed on the right side of the room, and the bed was occupied. Sitting Indian style on the red duvet that covered the mattress was a young man that looked to be about my age, which is to say a little bit older than someone fresh out of college. Yeah, I know, I look old for my age. It happens when you live a life like mine. Anyway, the guy didn't have a shirt on, but he was wearing what looked like white scrub bottoms. His flawlessly chiseled body might have been a real turn-on if his skin wasn't this awful grayish blue color. His lips, nipples, fingernails, and toenails were tar black. He had no hair on any part of his body that was visible to me. His irises were a crystal clear blue, while the whites of his eyes were the bright red of arterial blood. "Whoa, who are you?" I spat in surprise, without thinking about whether it was safe to start a conversation with this guy or not. "Whoa," he croaked, leaning forward a little and cocking his head to the side. "Who are you?" His voice was soft and somewhat pleasant, but it sounded like he hadn't spoken in a long time, and he might have been thirsty. I'm Oria," I lied, giving him the name that I usually gave to supernatural entities I encountered. There is power in names, so you should never give your name away lightly. "No," he said, sitting up straight and narrowing his eyes at me. "That's no strike. Why have you come here?" he probed. I paused for a moment, unsure of what game we might be playing here. I could sense that just leaving was no longer an option. Not now that I had his attention. I decided to just be honest for that moment, since I wasn't yet sure what kind of danger this entity represented. I was curious. I had heard about this area called the Rush, and I decided to do some exploring. "Yes," he sighed. "The Rush is my home. There is a wall that keeps out the living." "How did you get in?" "I took a path hidden to most. Walls are no real barrier for me," I replied carefully. "I'm sorry if my presence has disturbed your peace. Are you able to leave here?" I wondered. "That's another strike," he growled, baring his red teeth in anger. "Your question is not valid. You may try another question, but it's probably not a good idea." His angry scowl transformed into a sly grin as his eyes traveled along the numbered wall before resting back on me. "Are you odd or even?" he asked. "What?" I spurted. I don't understand the question. How can I be odd or even?" At this point, I knew there was no way I was going to pass whatever test this was, so I started trying to calculate how quickly I could get from here to the other side of the wall that sealed the Rush away from the rest of Bainbridge. The panic rising in my chest made it difficult to think about all the steps needed to get out of there. "You're nervous, little rabbit, aren't you?" he chuckled. "Don't worry. You're an odd number, for sure. An even number couldn't have entered this room. The door would have been locked to you. That was, of course, your last strike, but fortunately for you, that means that you'll be able to stay here with me forever and always." Before I could react, the entity's hands shot out across the room and wrapped themselves firmly around my neck. He never left his place upon his bed, nor did he change his seated position. His arms had merely extended as much as they needed to in order to close the distance between us, and now they began to drag me over to him. There wasn't much time to think, because we weren't a great distance away from each other, and because he wouldn't let me draw in a breath. I reached into my pocket and grabbed the little folding knife I kept on me when I was exploring the building. No, I won't tell you where I keep it stashed during the day. I dug my heels into the floor, trying to buy myself time while I geared up to do whatever was necessary. That little knife wasn't likely to even scratch the surface of the entity's skin, but my master had left me a way to protect myself under the most extreme circumstances. I would have to get good and deep for it though. Working as quickly as I could, I stabbed the knife into my left wrist and dragged it up my forearm, hoping beyond hope that it would be enough. Growing weaker by the second, I desperately beat my arm against his, splashing my blood all over him. Blessed air rushed into my lungs as the entity released me, his lengthened arms flailing about as he howled in pain. I fell to the floor feeling dizzy and disoriented, but knowing that I could probably die if I stayed where I was for too much longer. I got to my feet and exited the room as quickly as I could, slammed the door shut behind me. The deafening roars chasing me out of the room spurred me on, as I spent all that I had pushing myself towards the wall through which I needed to escape. I had almost reached the barrier when the world around me faded into black halls of unconsciousness. I'm still not sure about how I managed to get out of the rush. Apparently one of the night patrols found me bleeding to death on the floor of one of the C ward corridors. Now, I live in E ward, the suicide ward. I don't mind it here, honestly. I don't get to spend much time alone anymore, which I'm okay with. My nightly explorations are over. I happily take the sedatives offered to me and sleep like a normal person now. I'm sure the day might come when I feel comfortable enough to take on another adventure in the dark. But then again, maybe not. Bainbridge is just too powerful and too unpredictable. It just doesn't feel safe to explore anymore. Look, I know that you probably don't believe a word of what I just said. I mean, witches, dark magic, and things that go bump in the night, right? But you need to warn the next director. This place is not to be trifled with. Here, there are monsters. I had to damn near kill myself in order to save my own life. Bainbridge Asylum will devour you, digest you, and here you will stay. Patient, Bethany Stalwart. Wait, are you recording this? I don't think I can do this. You probably won't believe me anyway. And if the director gets wind of this, he's just been itching for a reason to send me to the experimental ward. I'm getting better, I swear. What? The director has resigned? That can't be right. Really? You're looking for a new one? Then maybe there's hope after all. You promise this isn't some kind of trick? Okay then, I'll tell you what really happened to put me here. My name is Bethany Stalwart. I used to work here at Bainbridge Asylum as a nurse in the emergency surgery ward. I mostly worked day shifts because I enjoyed a pretty healthy nightlife, but I usually worked a few night shifts a month just to mix things up a bit. As you might imagine, the day shift here is often really busy. Things are a lot quieter at night, though you do have the odd emergency here and there. Like that weird girl, Alicia, what's her face? I was here working that night that witch crazy lady nearly bled herself out. Honestly, I've never understood why crazy murderers shouldn't be allowed to off themselves. They'd be doing everyone else a favor, right? Anyway, I was working a night shift in the ES ward, chatting it up with my friend Samantha to pass the time more easily. You want to know all the juiciest news about what's going around Bainbridge? You talk to Samantha. If you want to know the truest versions of what's going on, well, maybe she's not the one to ask, but she can make the night breeze by before you know it. I miss working with her. I can only imagine what she's telling people about me though. Not to be mean, but I really wish it could have been her instead. The whole thing came down to a coin toss, and I lost. See, earlier that night, we lost a patient that was rushed over to us from the C ward. According to the guards on duty, the guy had jumped from his bed and had somehow landed awkwardly enough to have broken his neck. Now, I don't know if you've seen the beds over in the C ward, but those things are no more than glorified mattresses. You tell me somebody jumps off of one of those and lands hard enough to break their neck? I call bull. But that's the story they decided to stick with, and it was really none of my business if the guards played a little too rough with some of these murderous kooks. Anyways, the guy didn't last too much longer after he arrived at the ES. Our doctor pronounced him dead, and we covered him up with a sheet and moved his body over to a corner where he wouldn't be in the way. Crude, I know, but the morgue wasn't open to us at night. One of the weird rules of this place, though I think I might be starting to understand that one. So, close to 3 in the morning, Sarah came up to the intake desk where me and Samantha were sitting. Sarah and another nurse, Charlene, had been watching over the patients in the main recovery room. Sarah needed a cigarette break, and she asked if one of us could go sit with Charlene until she got back. No biggie. But me and Samantha were both feeling kind of lazy at the moment, so we decided to flip a coin. It was just my bad luck that the coin chose to send me to take Sarah's place that night. Any other freaking night, and you might be here talking to Sarah or Samantha, while I'd be working my day shift on ES and looking forward to another wild night out. As it was, after the coin toss, I grabbed my book of Sudoku puzzles and a pencil and went to join Charlene in recovery. I mean, Charlene was a nice girl and all, but talking to her was about the same as talking to an old dusty librarian. She had no social life to speak of, and didn't have more than 2 words to say in response to anything you would say. Boring. I don't know how Sarah managed to work so many shifts paired up with her. It drove me crazy having to spend 10 minutes with her. I don't really mean to speak ill of the dead, and I certainly didn't want her to die. I just wish that she could have died on a different night, or that someone else had discovered her. As it was, when I walked into the recovery room, I found Charlene convulsing face down in a pool of her own blood, just a few feet away from the entrance to the room. I almost cried out. Should have cried out, but I guess I was shocked into silence. I was thinking, like, did Sarah do this? Did she finally snap after getting stuck with Charlene for so many shifts? What if she comes back to take me out? What if she already got Samantha while I was on my way here? Yeah, my panicked thoughts caused me to waste a few precious seconds just standing there like an idiot. But finally, my training kicked in and I rushed forward to see what kind of problem Charlene was in and what I could do to help. It was after I knelt down next to her that I caught movement to the right of me. I turned and looked up to see the patient that had died earlier standing next to the nearest patient bed and staring at me. I mean, his eyes still had the dead glaze over them, but he was definitely looking at me. He stood straight up, except that his head was still awkwardly cocked to the side, and the skin of his neck looked like it didn't fit right. His jaw was hanging open, and his fat, bluish tongue was poking out, dry and dead. He lifted his left hand to his mouth, with his pointer finger lifted, like he was trying to shush me. Then he lifted his right hand, showing me his scalpel, before slicing it down into the throat of the recovering patient that he stood next to. I choked off a scream in my own throat. And I mean, I swallowed it hard when the dead guy, James something or other, shuffled towards me holding that scalpel. Then I watched as he went over to the next patient's bed and did it again. I wanted to scream so bad every time he went to stab a patient, but I didn't dare make a sound because he was watching me the whole time and his finger was held up to his mouth. I was so scared, and I did not want to die there in that room with a monster. I mean, I'm sure all of those patients didn't want to die there either, but they were all murderers, so they kind of deserved it. There were 11 patients recovering in that room, and not one was spared. It wasn't until the dead guy had killed the last patient that I realized I was the only target left in the room. I had hoped that he would go away and leave me alone after he was done butchering everyone else. I had been quiet and let him do his thing, after all. But once he was done with the last patient, he held up the terrible scalpel and came shuffling towards me. I suddenly didn't want to be alone anymore. And I mean, I don't think I've ever been so alone in my life. I lifted Charlene up and hugged her tightly to me. I knew she was dead at that point, but I needed to hold her anyway. And then, with the dead man almost right on top of me, I shut my eyes and screamed like my life depended on it. That's how the other nurses found me, just sitting on the floor holding a dead nurse and screaming my face off. Apparently I put up quite a fight and wouldn't let anyone touch me until they had found a way to sedate me. I mean, I was fully riled up, thinking I was about to die. I wasn't trying to hurt anybody or anything like that. I was just trying to live. But that's not how everyone else saw it. Nobody saw any of the events that happened that night my way. That's why I'm a patient here now, of course. They all think I lost my marbles and killed all those people myself that night. I mean, I was a victim. I didn't kill anybody at any time, but they all want to say that there is no other logical explanation of what happened. According to all of the staff present, and even according to video footage, there had been a temporary power outage affecting the ES ward. Get this, it's supposed to have started as I was on my way to the recovery room. Now, I know I didn't go wandering around anywhere in the dark that night. I could see everything the whole time. The lights around me never so much as flickered, let alone turned completely off. And yet, the security footage absolutely showed that everything went black in the recovery room just before the horror show began. I mean, all of the lights, the monitors, everything turned off. For some reason, even the backup power supply remained off during that time. Charlene, of course, was still alive and unharmed when everything went dark, and when everything abruptly came back on, all there was to see was me surrounded by dead patients and holding a dead nurse, screaming like my hair was on fire. The dead guy was found exactly where we had placed him, still covered with a sheet. So, that's it. I'm supposed to have walked into the recovery room that night under the cover of darkness and stabbed a bunch of patients and a nurse to death. Me, with my secret night vision goggles. I mean, how was I supposed to see well enough to have killed all of those people with such precision? The doctors all want to tell me that it's more plausible than a dead guy getting up and killing everyone without getting a drop of blood on him and going back to rest exactly as he was before, so no one would notice. Well, I beg to differ. I know what I saw, and I know that I don't belong here. Please, tell the next director what I told you. Tell him that this is not justice and that I am not crazy. I can't stay here. The most frightful things happen here all the time now. I mean, working here for a shift is so different from being here 24/7. I get to witness a lot more of the action now. It's like this place just soaked up all of the crazy from the patients living in this damn asylum. The new director needs to know this. He needs to know that this place isn't normal, and that he has to let me out. please. The museum opened without public warning. Once during the week, and only at 6 o'clock in the evening. No earlier, no later. Any bratty excuse, such as a sluggish private jet, simply did not cut it. Only those outside the gates at 6 o'clock were permitted inside. No one knew where this giant playground for wealthy men was. Not even God. And in this place, there was no God. My gods were the rich and famous, and they were merciless and cruel. There was no security here, nor staff, besides me on opening day. It was a grand lawless building, only made for the top 1% of the top 1%. Our reason for lack of employees was the same reason Michael Jackson shut down a supermarket for a day visit in the 2000s. Uninhibited fun without judgmental eyes. I did the same thing I did every opening day. Adjusted my maroon waistcoat, combed my hair, shined my shoes. At 5:59, I came tapping down the marble staircase with a spring in my step. Not from excitement, rather a jumpiness that came from instilled fear. The museum was about to become their toy shop, yet again, and me their plaything. This time, I could only pray that they would wait until midnight before asking to see our paranormal relic displays. I could only pray they didn't let her out. The foyer was huge, towering golden pillars wedged between ivory-flavored marble flooring, and a mosaic glass ceiling that let starlight beam through. With one hand, I braced the door that stood 3 men high. My other hand turning to check my watch. It was 6 o'clock. 4 pompous men and 2 poshy women smugly marched in. They were dressed in fur coats, alligator skin, diamond jewelry from head to toe. It was quite frankly comical. Not to me though, of course. I had seen it all many times before. However, there was one man at the back who didn't care to show his wealth. He was dressed in his finest outfit to visit a convenience store, blue scuffed jeans and a green t-shirt. I pondered what he did for a living, but I simply didn't know. What I did know is that within minutes, the look on his face said he wanted me dead for sport. I announced, "The tour will start immediately. There is a coat rack to your left if you need to leave any belongings. I do not recommend venturing off. I must press you all following me for the tour. However, it's completely optional." It was as if I read off a script. The route started off like any other. I led the rich brats through the left side of the museum. We walked past the history and war rooms, past the living wall, past the Marina Trench exhibit. We housed creatures from the bottom of the ocean in there that the public hadn't seen before, inside immense, pressurized titanium tanks. I liked that exhibit the most, but it wasn't time yet. Hallways were always hauntingly quiet on opening day. The museum's property outside stretched for miles too, so no cars nor people provided any consolation for my lonely mind on long nights such as these. It was just me, the rich savages, and the exhibitions. walking into a hallway, intersecting, leading left to the paranormal display, and to the right, the insect room. We had stopped. Please don't see it, please don't see it, I thought. This way, please. Why are you all stopping here? I knew why. They saw the glass cabinet that towered by the door to the paranormal exhibition hallway, and curiosity beckoned them. It was covered by a dust blanket. Only I knew what was underneath, and I knew it was best untouched. Can we take a look at this? A voice said quietly from behind and shattered me like a toppled vase. My smile had to be kept up. I couldn't crack at the start of the tour. That would be tragic. We will return here after midnight, once we've explored the rest of the... One of the men sternly interrupted. We paid good money for this, he shouted. Give us a look. I pulled hard enough at my hair, I'm surprised it didn't come out of my scalp. Please don't make me show you. I don't want to wake her. Yeah, give us a look. More bullies chimed in. I was no rookie to the psychological wedgie, but it was in my contract to not put up a fight. Swallowing hard, the words escaped slowly and unwillingly. Yes, sure. My hand reached for the fabric, reluctantly, like it was a hot stove. I pulled the graphite sheet away from the case and flipped the light switch. Kick, 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 tack, tack. The fluorescent lights popped and ticked as they flickered within the glass oblong that towered above us. The woman inside was ghoulishly tall, at least 7 feet or so. If she were any bigger, her head would have had to tilt to the side. Sometimes it did. Her black hair flowed onto her pale shiny shoulders like an ashen willow. Her face plasticky and silky smooth, the flesh of a child's doll. Beneath the glass cube, Mariette, 1973 to 2004. The fat man's plump face started upwards, utterly transfixed within the thin, soaring woman. How? He cleared his throat. How did she die? I thought for a while, my face contemplating and changing in the dim lighting. They clicked and blinked once more. Kick, kick, kick. It pains me to say this, but she was once the tour guide for this museum. My hand met the cold glass. Sadly, after a few years, she had a mental breakdown and passed away. There were a couple of gasps from the rich folk. Passed away? A woman's voice from the crowd. My jaw tightened. She injected herself to death with plasticizing agents. In fact, that is one of the loopholes as to why we can keep her body on display. Her body is more plastic than flesh and bone. Kick, kick, kick. The lights went out. They'll be back any second, I soothed reassuringly. The story is absurd, a man boomed. Unfortunately, sure, but woefully true, I rebutted. The other loophole being her will. She wanted to give herself to the museum, just as... I paused. The museum had given itself to her. The lights inside the case came back on. My heart sank into my stomach. Clicking noises had not been coming from the lamps after all. Creaking had come from the plastic joints twisting and contorting, old plastic grinding against itself like a cursed figurine. Now visible, her head had been cracked to one side. She stared unblinkingly at me with glass eyes. Dampening the sheet with my sweaty palm, I narrowly managed to quickly toss the fabric. covering the glass before anyone noticed that she had readjusted her head when it had been dark. "Is that it?" someone said. "Can we touch her? I want to feel her rubbery plastic skin." "Send chills up my spine," another one said. I couldn't say no, as per my contract. Hell, these wealthy scumbags could kill me for fun and get away with it if they didn't get what they wanted, and nobody would hear me scream. I had to think quickly. "We shall be moving on." I extended an open hand to the hallway. "This way, please." For some exhibits, I held on to the harrowing details. To feed them specifics would be like planting seeds of trickling intrigue in their minds, and intrigue led to an unsated curiosity. Curiosity always killed the cat, no matter the feline, a rich breed, or a stray tom. I didn't tell the wealthy people that the doll hated her glass prison. I didn't tell them that she closed her eyelids so she could sleep. Things were going smoothly for a few hours. I let them hold and handle the children-sized beetles we had imported from Madagascar. They were beautiful and fluorescent, like sunlight through crystal. I got so caught up in my presentations, I had almost forgot about the marionette snapping, plastic head. Mr. Jones, the rich guy dressed for a convenience store, clicked his tongue as he spoke. "Hey, a guide." He threw one thumb behind his shoulder, pointing backwards. "We're gonna go back this way to have a look at something else." I nodded reluctantly. Shoddy sneakers tapped away at the marble floor as both he and a woman disappeared down the hall. For a short time, things truly were going great. I even let one woman into the space where we kept the glass butterflies. They were gorgeous insects, almost invisible to the naked eye, translucent yet poisonous. The remaining billionaires were slightly yawning. Deep down, I knew what they wanted to see. My chest tightened. At that moment, I thought I was beginning to hate my job. From the hallway came a loud crashing of broken glass. Curiosity had killed the cat. "Please excuse me," I muttered and sprinted into the dim alley of the museum towards the paranormal wing. Moments after I had started running, I realized I left the doors open to the butterflies. Behind me, the sounds of shouting and pitter-pattering as the tourists sprinted the opposite direction. They were running from the floating creatures, running for their lives, running from deadly venom. It was too late. I had to keep going. My heart sank. I already guessed what I was about to find ahead. The evening was no longer going swimmingly. Around the bend, I found one woman crouched against the wall, by a window. She was a ball of tears, clasping her head with two hands. "What the hell happened?" I yelled. Her throat was glaringly tight. Her words struggled to escape her. I didn't do anything. I looked up. Glass lined the ground and edges of the walls, like rain had come and left the devil's hail. A few steps away, the graphite dust blanket half covered a gaping, sharp hole in the cabinet. Lights flickered from its mouth, mocking me. Glaring at my watch, my stomach knotted. It wasn't midnight yet. It wasn't midnight, and somebody broke Mariette's display. And she was gone. Just like the woman crying beside me, I think my throat became tight too. "Come with me," I said, holding out one hand. We got up and we ran. We ran until we got our breath outside of the ocean exhibition and the living wall. "What is this thing?" she said, staring at the peach wall. "Don't touch it, please." I couldn't think clearly. She was out there somewhere, clicking her ghoulish joints, towering in the halls, searching for more plastic so that she could become the perfect ventriloquist doll. The doll she had become so fixated with working here. She would be a doll, and we would play with her, just like she would play with us. "It looks alive." The woman reached a hand to the slimy, greasy wall. I felt lost. I couldn't breathe. It was too much. The butterflies, Mariette, the sick, rich people breaking things for fun with no repercussion. Finger-like blobs from the wall reaching back out at the woman. Thick apricot, worms searching for warmth. I slapped her hand away. "You mustn't touch that," I yelled. She gasped, and I realized my mistake. My contract was broken, and my head shall be on a spike. "Don't you dare touch me," she spat back at me, large angry veins sticking out of her neck. I raised my hand to calm her. "I apologize, ma'am. This strange thing is made of living cells." Without knowing, I was back on tour guide script, despite the trauma. "The very thing you're trying to poke at could eat you." "I don't want to hear it, thank you." We stood there for a while, both unable to think nor speak. I stared at the wall unblinkingly, like watching a hot fire, its fleshy molding changing. Peach goo flowed in waves across the surface, inviting me to look closer. Underneath, on a golden placard, the living wall. I shook out of it. Richard Jones had made it back to us. His green t-shirt was torn at the neck, his eyes sunken and traumatized. "The door is locked, guide. We need your key." I nodded. Right away. I started jogging towards the direction of the foyer. He wasn't following. "Mr. Jones." I turned to him. Richard Jones was still standing next to the woman who had been crying in a ball minutes prior. He didn't speak, only glared back at me in the dim starlight that flowed through the window. When he placed his hand on the woman's back and smiled, I knew it was too late. He shoved her with force. The woman shrieked when tumbling headfirst into the gooey peach wall. Her bones snapped and buckled as blobby fingers wrapped themselves around her spine, her neck. It flowed into her mouth with ease, slowing only to pull at her teeth like it was eating meat off of a rough bone. She screamed and screamed until she gurgled vile slime. The wall ate her whole, fleshy goo displaying her features and flesh wide on its waving surface. Bits of arm and mouth suspended upon a hungry blanket. Richard laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. For him, money did buy happiness. Horrifying, horrifying happiness. I felt sick. I was going to throw up. The wall's voice was deep and hard to make out at first. A woman's voice deep in its slimy crevices. "Richie," it moaned. I turned to run, but I had seen he had disappeared and it was safe. He had got the kicks he was looking for and made off with them. It It was hard to block out the voice before it all stopped. I lay crouched beneath the window, blocking my ears and rocking in a ball. My heart was out of my chest, my stomach a knot. I didn't want to be a tour guide any longer. Sprinting and sprinting, I never looked back. I climbed the stairs swift enough that my thighs felt like they were going to give out. Much time passed that night in the museum. Hours. Opening nights were long and terrible. Nothing like this was ever worth the money. I find myself hiding in a janitor's closet on the second floor, occasionally peering through the crack into a horror beyond. After some time, and when the vile people finished exploring the museum, I heard Jones crack a joke about the woman in the wall. He and the rest of the rich people laughed. They laughed and laughed and laughed, all the way back home, on their private jets to their estates. When it was midnight, Mariette was asleep, and I shut her plastic eyelids for her. I had glass to sweep, cabinets to repair. I had learned time and time again that nightmares were not in our walls. The horrors were within the people that visited, in their sick pursuit of amusement and the games they would play. And I was their plaything. I'm sorry, they play with you too, dear Mariette. The exhibition that made me quit was the sickening consequence of true human freedom, and it was only for me to see once a week. Mariette still walks the halls at night without her glass prison. Maybe I couldn't quit. I needed to repair it, to make things right. She has such a slow walk. Glassy eyes darting left and right, rolling loose like marbles. Her head pivoting left and right, aimlessly looking for more plastic. Needing more plastic to please the museum. To be the perfect exhibition. Before shutting the gate, I pensively peered around the grand foyer. The museum was large and harrowing. For a moment, I wore a grimace on my face, remembering a time when all I needed to satisfy our guests was to show them insects. I had been here a long time. Tales dripped from the walls, like an endless flowing tap of horror. There would be more wealthy visitors. I think I might have more stories to tell. This week, I found myself alone in the ocean exhibition room. The anglerfish circled endlessly in the abyss of its murky tank, searching for an exit it would never find. It met me at the glass interface of its pressurized prison, bumping its luminescent fishing lure against the glass. It grinned at me with thin white pencils. Hello, little guy. I found myself staying a while in our deep sea exhibition, watching the creature as he bathed and flicked around his own little cube of the world. He could never know why he was in the museum, nor who put him there. Instead, he swam. He swam and swam in hope that just one day the glass would crack. Just an inch. Luckily, feeding the shaggy frogfish didn't take long. The yellow fish knocked away clouds of dust along the bottom of its tank as it scurried along on its leg-like fins with the awkward gait of a geriatric golden retriever. It was hard to keep happy in this ghoulish museum, but that room always made me smile. Upstairs, I went before working through some paperwork for a few hours. I'm not sure at what point I mistakenly fell into a catnap at my desk, but I soon paid the price in nightmares. "Am I pretty, Daddy?" A deep muffled voice. Blowflies sprawled across her face that was framed with golden hair. Black wing spots covered her eyes and mouth. "Am I pretty?" She didn't sound like Sophia. The face of my dead daughter, nothing more. It must have been hard for her to speak. Flies coated her throat like popping candy, bursting and buzzing as she spoke. "Daddy, did you doze off again?" She giggled in a voice that was not her own. Flies crawled around her face, aimlessly whirling, buzzing until I spotted one crawling up my arm. I woke up groaning with a jolt, my wrist pink where I slapped myself awake. The monstrous foyer of the museum still clapping with an echo. My paperwork sprawled everywhere across my table, stressing me again, just as easily as it had put me to sleep. Lists of last week's casualties, notes on tonight's guests, complaints, and all forms of boring. Paper unstuck itself from my arm and fluttered to the ground floor from my reception desk, one floor up. The ocean exhibition and the unconscious escapism that nap brought me was my only liberation from the museum, though that was a time before sleep brought nightmares. When I went to check my watch, I noticed I hadn't smacked a fly after all. A glass butterfly had become mere bits and translucent wings that coated my fingers like glitter. I rubbed my hands, and the clear fragments floated gracefully down the marble stairs in a breeze like tiny mosquitoes or dust specks, sparkling in the beams of moonlight that trickled in through the glass ceiling. For a moment, I wish it had stung me and taken me to a better place. At least then I couldn't dream of blowflies coming out of my dead daughter's mouth. Ron and Jill and the rest of the maintenance staff had packed up and left. The bustling noise was gone. There was no more work to be done except wait for more wealthy, deplorable people to arrive. I was alone again, the only staff member in the museum, and I let my mind freely slip into a different time, a time before I was a tour guide. It was time to open shop. I combed my hair, pulled my shirt collar free from my waistcoat, shined my shoes. Down the marble staircase I went, tapping down the steps through the butterfly dust, like headlights in fog. The clock struck 6 o'clock. The museum was now open for the evening, and only the rich folks waiting outside. I pulled the large door open. It groaned and echoed in the museum's enormous foyer. 7 aristocrats hauntingly strode inside. 3 men and 4 women, clad in fancy dresses and coats. One man took a while to come up the front steps and into the museum carrying his wooden cane. "The tour will start immediately. There's a coat rack to you." I trailed off. A girl, maybe 8 or 9, came quietly through the door in a teeny black suit. Her unsure gaze scanned the foyer, top to bottom. Her eyes largely glossy, like globes. She shouldn't be here. I didn't see her on the register. I thought, she won't survive here. Kneeling, I spoke. "Hello, miss." The girl shyly leaned from behind the frame of the front door, her skin turning as pale as the ivory marble flooring. This must have been the first child to set foot in God's forsaken place, and for good reason. "Which of these people are your parents?" I tried hard to keep up a warm smile. Nothing. She simply glared at me with 2 shiny eyes under a blonde, curtain of hair. She doesn't speak, Sonny. The man with the wooden cane cleared his throat. Didn't speak the whole ride here. Won't speak now. Doesn't respond to anything at all, really. One beak-nosed snobby woman put her coat on the rack. Probably death. I stood thinking for a while, my face contemplating, changing in the light, looking around at the billionaires in the foyer. They already looked ready to sink their teeth into the exhibitions, or worse. Bringing her along with the rest of the group on the museum tour was simply not an option. Fortunately for her, it was a requirement for me to understand the basics of at least 20 languages to allow for appropriate interactions with the museum guests. This included sign language, but my understanding tended to be rather broken. I could usually only make out the main words. Kneeling again, I spoke to her with my hands. The girl gestured back to me that Mommy and Daddy had sent her on a visit to the museum as they were called away for a business trip in Dubai. How was the flight? I gestured. Good. The big-nosed woman was very annoyed. She giggled and gestured that I didn't need to use hand signs. She could read lips. I liked her already. My smile didn't need much more effort anymore. It came naturally, though I was still stuck with a child in an unforgiving place. She was a rabbit running in an open field under the shadow of the museum's eagle-clawed exhibitions. Worse, the unsated bloodlust and curiosity of the wealthy and free. That's when I remembered a clause in my employee agreement. Conduct one tour every open evening. Gesturing wide and confidently, I stood up and winged away for the girl's safety. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, I exclaimed. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, this evening's tour has been cancelled. Groans from the crowd. The tour clause in my contract never stated how many people I needed to bring with me. Oh my, we just got here, a man bellowed. Do not fret, the museum is all yours to explore. I extended one arm to point them towards the deep sea exhibition. Please don't wake the anglerfish. Tapping and screeching sounded against the floor as the crowd disappeared down the halls. Starlight beamed through the windows, lighting up the girl's face. She beamed straight back with excitement. Now the tour can begin in peace. Peace was a lie, however. Unsupervised, the crowd would soon find some way or another to demonstrate that they were worse behaved than the kid, standing right before me. A demonstration that would likely involve death. What do you like to do? Drawing, she signed. I know just the thing. Many minutes passed that evening as me and the girl began exploring the museum. Her name was Rosie, and she was very nervous about all the scary exhibitions. At the intersection between the art and the music showcase, between another hallway leading to a locked door, we halted. What is down there? She pointed a tiny finger down the hallway. That room with the metal door. What's in there, guide? I know the museum from back to front, I spoke. But I have to say, I've never been in there. Tightly sealed shut, no key. Oh, okay. She gave a sulking nod. Yeah, I know the feeling. I swiftly smiled to cheer her up as I ushered her into the art and music space. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. Her bright eyes could have lit up a candle. The towering walls and ceiling of the art exhibition were flowing waves of sand that changed and hissed as they rolled. One moment, the walls painted a shifting mural of a starry night, waves of blue and yellow sand curling and shifting from one famous artwork to another. The wall to her left painted the scream, She spread her fingers into the sand waterfall. It flowed between her digits, like she had pinched salt. "It's so beautiful," she gestured, her mouth agape at the ceiling. I tapped her on her shoulder so she could read my lips. "We don't just house paintings here. Take a look at these." Leaning one hand against a small glass cabinet, we gazed in. Two brightly colored shoes were sat upon an ivory silk sheet, iridescent against the changing colorful backdrop of the sandy walls. They gleamed bright enough to show their true crystalline translucency. Beneath the glass cabinet, the clumsy dancers. She wasn't truly impressed until I heartedly slapped the cabinet. The knocking suddenly turned the empty shoes alive, tapping and dancing upon the silk beneath them. One dance changed to another. Another became a twirl. They gracefully ended their tango with the famous moonwalk shuffle. "Wow, what are these?" She pressed her hands against the glass. If she were any closer, they might have kicked her. Well, some people might have a good voice. A fantastic singing voice. I took out my satin cloth and began to polish the glass as I spoke. Some people have the rhythm and soulful moves. These shoes right here, they bridge the gap. She was glaring at me with wide eyes, listening with them too, pulling the weight of ears they couldn't hear. They were developed sometime between the 60s and 70s, helped push the dancing inept singers into stardom by giving them a dancing edge too. I gestured her onto the next display against one sand waterfall. For a moment, I caught a sparkle in her eye. Her hair and bright grin reminded me of my dearly departed daughter, filling me with a long-forgotten warmth. "I bet I'm having more fun than you are right now, Rosie." She took a seat. "What's this guide?" Upon the table before her, a small white pen lay over a graphite and ash-speckled stone tablet. When I pointed to the thin edges of the black plate, she caught the stretched golden placard that said Ballpoint Stone. Her head twisted around at me, eagerly waiting. "Go ahead, you'll see." I nodded and she turned back around. Her hand grabbed the pen. It met the plate with a blocky tap. Abruptly, the wall of sand bloomed a pale white, save for tiny imperfections of dotted peach-colored sand that gave it the impression of an art canvas, rather than plain paper. As her hand swirled upon the plate, blotches of black sand circles formed and swirled against the wall's coarse current. "Draw something, Rosie," I spoke. "The plate knows what you will draw and will guide you." Unsure at first, she shook the back of her golden head a few times. An 8-year-old perfectionist. In that moment, I smirked when I pictured her rolling up her suit sleeves to get the work done right. I laughed when she really did it. "Is that me?" I let out. Staring at the sand wall, a man with brown hair emerged on the moving canvas, dressed in an absolutely dashing maroon waistcoat. Must be me. The drawing was a bit beyond an 8-year-old's range of skill. We had the pen and plate to thank for that, though she was doing a beautiful job showing off. "Wow," I said. "That looks great, Rosie." She had all my attention when she began to draw another figure. "Who's that beside me now?" In the sand of the towering wall before me, a gawky shape appeared that bloomed big black blobs. It looked familiar, yet terrifying. Diabolical-shaped nails protruded from its lanky, black arms. Rosie? Nothing. She kept scribbling away tirelessly at the plate. The thing loomed over my figure on the drawing of the wall, the sand flowing, the creature looming, looming, looming. It was a sickening animation. One ghoulish jaw hung free over its disgusting long neck. Rosie! It engulfed my head. Thin pencil-like teeth cut through my childishly drawn throat. Red sand suddenly coughing and spitting out of the wall and onto the museum floor, staining Rosie's shirt like bloody rain. Rosie! I grabbed her by her arm. What the hell are you drawing? She glared up at me with glossy eyes, like she was about to cry. It wasn't me, she signed. I lifted her from the seat and plopped her onto the floor that was littered with speckles of red sand. She turned to the wall and pointed at her depiction of me. See, that's you. My heart was racing. Did the museum make her draw this? And her shaky arm slowly drifted to the black figure. That's Mr. Sleepy. I felt sick. I had tried so hard to pull her away from the mayhem, but the museum had bitten her back. Come with me, I said sternly, and she took my hand. Off we went quickly, downstairs to the indoor forest exhibition. I had to keep her safe, no more misadventures. As we left, Mr. Sleepy turned his head and stared at me with his vacant, horrifying sandy eye sockets. I didn't tell her that. We saw a few distant visitors along the way to the forest room. They roared with laughter, screamed. I ushered her along with me, holding her hand tightly. For a while, things were much calmer in the forest room. I explained to the girl that it was partly an aviary and reassured her the birds still got sunlight through the glass ceiling when it was daytime. Though this evening only moonlight beamed through into the museum's indoor forest. Rosie and I startled a few birds, crunching the bark upon the ground as we delved deeper. Quiet, Rosie, I gestured this time. Yes, we have to be quiet. I pointed to a display next to us that was wedged between two well-trimmed trees. It was dark, but we managed to make out the shape of a person inside. That tree looks like a man, she gestured. That's because it is. Her eyes lit up as I whispered, still clenching my hand tightly. An experiment gone wrong. We house it here so it can sleep. He's not human. Not anymore. Feast through his roots, or anyone stupid enough to get close to him. Nothing could be heard in the dark indoor forest, only that of the crunching of leaves as she moved to press her nose against the glass with a screech. Rosie, I whispered, don't make too much noise. What's his name? No name. I gently pulled her away from the exhibit, though some guests call it the slumber ghoul. He's relatively harmless, though one of our poor janitors fell asleep in here during one of the long evenings. Never woke up. Her hand tightened around mine. They say he eats you through your dreams, I whispered. And if you're really tired, you don't even have to be asleep to feel it happening. That was all I had to say. She pulled my arms in a hurry towards the door. Sorry for scaring you, Rosie. We had almost made it to the back door when a couple of blue butterflies fluttered and landed on her hair. She had almost lifted one onto my finger when leaves crunched behind us. One of the deplorable rich people had found us. He was scrambling around in the darkness, reaching out with his hands unable to see. His hand met the cabinet that housed the tree man. The idiot sounded a loud honk as his finger slid across the glass. Without warning, he smashed the glass, cackling as he ran out of the forest aviary and back to the halls. Rosie tried to free from my hand's grip, breaking out into a sprint to no avail. "It's okay, Rosie, the back door, let's go." We jogged quickly through the trees, crunching bark and waking birds as we went running. The door to the aviary sounded a clack. Somebody was locking us in. I jimmied the rusted doorknob at the back to no avail. The door first clicked, then bumped with no groan as it stubbed to a sudden shut. It widened little enough that I swore I wouldn't be able to even fit a few fingers in the gap. Mr. Sleepy is coming." "Something's in the way," I grunted. Suddenly, the girl drummed a few fist hammers on my leg. She kept hammering on the side of my leg. Rosie pouted a worried face to the artificial tree line before rummaging her face into one of my black pant legs away from something horrible. Yonder the trees, it towered with flesh irregular and charred black like ashen log. Its mouth hung unhinged, wide open and ghoulish, its eyes a vacant white. It was watching us. "Rosie," I held the girl by her shoulders. "Rosie, it's okay, he can't get us." The girl looked up with glossy eyes. "Monster," she grunted. "It cannot touch us if we are well slept." I spoke. "Stay awake, okay?" I gave her a warm look, but it was quickly crackling. "Mr. Sleepy." We shared a gaze for as long as she could muster before her eyes met the ground. "Rosie, I want you to stay calm when you answer my question, okay?" I had to balance my gaze between her and the thing in the trees. Rosie sniffled, then nodded. "Did you sleep much on the flight to the museum?" My eyes darted to the movement behind us. Blackened stumps where legs should be slogged under the ghoul. Moving weighted like an unrooted oak. Every slow step it took made its torso contort with a sickening crack, as if its bones had been snapped and twisted. Its mouth had since widened enough to fit Rosie's beautiful, ripened head inside. "Rosie, did you sleep?" Crack. "Rosie?" Crack, crack. Like a fever dream, I saw blowflies crawling out of her eyelids and her mouth, just like my dead daughter, Sophia. "Am I pretty, Daddy?" I snapped out of it. "Rosie, please," I boomed, shaking her. Crack, 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 crack. I had to get her out. I couldn't lose her, not again. I shot up from my knees, launching her onto my shoulders and bolted towards the other door. Her head bounced around a while I ran, but when I steadied, we made out the ghoul. It was looming close, a mere 20 paces away. Its torso flailed with a disjointed crack in directions, perpendicular to its body. "Hold on," I announced as I held Rosie to my chest. I extended a leg and launched a kick into the door. Curses under my breath could not drown out the sickening sound behind me. All I could think of was that I had to get Rose out, and that its steps sounded like boot meeting nails. "Get in," I said, and her shoes popped onto the ground. This time, I held my kick as one shoe planted against the door. I could not open it wide enough for myself, but pressing the door with my boot made it grown wide for her to enter. For a split second, I worried about the rich people through the door and in the halls too. One long, unending nightmare. I finally broke through. The rich people who had been blocking the door shut went sprawling like cockroaches under a bright light. They cackled menacingly as they ran through the halls. "Almost got you," one of the rich men laughed as he went around a bend. His voice became distant as he ran. They couldn't keep getting away with this. They couldn't keep tormenting me in the museum for sickening entertainment. "Wait here," I told Rosie. She was a ball on the ground, shaking and sobbing. I shot up on 2 legs in a rush and gave chase. The rich prick ran and ran, his hands screeching against the walls of the tight corridor, our museum greenhouse on the other side. "You almost killed Rosie." Sprinting, I had almost caught up to him. He was in arm's reach. "Stop running." His leg caught itself beneath one foolish stride. He went tumbling into one wall, before pushing off of it and into another, smashing the glass and halfway tumbling into the greenhouse. Spectacles had come away from his face. Blood drain trickled down towards his scalp as he hung over shards of broken glass. Starlight flooded in the greenhouse and blanketed his face in the greenish hue. "Help me," he coarsely pleaded. One arm reached up at me, wanting to be pulled away from the glass into safety. Inside, Holly, our greenhouse Venus flytrap, with a mouth to fit a man, twisted and loomed in the evening light. She was a ginormous, beautiful plant, hungry too. The man's head tilted backward and set eyes on the plant. He wiggled and wormed, trying to free from the glass that stuck through him. I reached one hand outward to lift him, then stopped myself. Rosie's smile glowed in my mind like hot steel. My daughter Sophia had the same smile, a smile he wanted to take away. My arm retracted. "Lift me out of here," he croaked. "Hurry." I glared at him unblinkingly. Then it was over. With one swift swoop, Holly swallowed his torso. Green hairy fingers from her lips snugly tightened around his body like mossy bandages. My employment contract has been broken, and I shall be punished. Globbles of thick slime dripped from the flytrap's lips. Arms and legs burst out of her mouth as she chomped. When I turned to Rosie, I held her hand tighter than I had the entire evening. I held her hand all night until it was time for her ride to pick her up from the museum courtyard. Broken glass and escaped exhibitions tended to be the majority of the damage, and for a few hours I swept. When everyone had left, all that was left for me to do was sit at my reception table and wait for sunrise. My contract had been broken. I had let a guest die at my hand. They were always all despicable, I suppose, but that one had to die. Rosie's warmth, that had gripped me so tightly, dissipated hours after the museum turned quiet. Everything was cold again. I miss my daughter. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you like Rosie. There would be more rich guests to torment me next week, and there was no escape. I thought about the ocean exhibition I visited earlier in the evening. The anglerfish and I are one and the same. I love you, Sophia. I slumped at my table. I lay broken and bruised. I rested my head upon folded arms, ready to let sleep come to me. I hope I don't dream of you, my girl. I don't want to see the blowflies again. For a while, nothing. Then something quite curious. For the first time in 15 years, the museum's phone rang. I am Jungle Ung, and my buddy is Wedgie Lee. We're both soldiers in training in the Special Service Unit. In case you haven't realized, our nicknames are obviously cheeky terms of endearment we call each other, not our actual names. It's just one of the stupid things we do in the military. We grew up together in the same orphanage, and joining the military seemed like the next natural step in life when we turned 16. Where we were from, our military pays well. We never went to university. Studying was never our strong suit, and instead started working for the military last year. We finished the normal basic training that all military folk go to, and we then got posted to the Special Service Unit. Don't get me wrong, this isn't a special forces unit where people train hard to combat terrorism and fight wars and do all the usual military stuff you hear about in the news. In this unit, we train to fight the supernatural, ghosts, ghouls, everything weird and paranormal. We are now a couple months into our supernatural training. We do follow a few rules here, military ones. Not the supernatural ones you usually see on r/nosleep. At least, I don't think so. They seem relatively harmless to us. Instructor Ryan had read these rules to us on the first day here. 1. You train in pairs. You will share a room with your buddy. Anything that happens to you also happens to your buddy. Anything that applies to you also applies to your buddy. You will eat together, train together, and if either one of you slip up, you get punished together. 2. You are provided a set of trucks, some socks, and a pair of shoes for your training. For water-based training activities, you will also have a set of goggles. You will wear nothing else for the whole duration of the training program. 3. You only have one instructor for the whole duration of your training. Your instructor is Instructor Ryan. You must always follow your instructor's commands, except when it contradicts previous rules. Your training will be for as long as you and your buddy need. You will graduate together when you are deemed ready. Other than this, Instructor Ryan had told us, every stupid question you ask gets you 10 push-ups. Everything except for Rule 2 had sounded normal, so Wedgie had asked Instructor Ryan about it. It's for you to be more in tune with your environment. What a stupid question. That would be 10 push-ups. Push! Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. Some introductions are in order. The first question they asked us in the military was, why did we join? For Wedgie and I, the answer is simple. We hope to find a family here. We were told that most people in the Special Service Unit come from orphanages. Maybe it's because so many supernatural things happen around these places. They're haunted after all. Wedgie and I, we've come across a few supernatural ourselves, back when we were in the orphanage. The staff in the orphanage were all creepy by human standards. Some actually were supernatural. Honestly though, looking back, we couldn't really tell who was human and who wasn't at the time. Besides, to be fair to the supernatural caregivers, the worst frights you'd probably get from those caregivers were from their looks. Other than their frightful appearances, the caregivers seemed pretty normal to me. Yeah, a vampire or ghost floating around the corridors at night might sound scary, but they were there to keep children in their beds, and you couldn't be in the corridors anyways. Some of them were genuinely nice too, like Mr. Vampy, a vampire who was the caregiver in our ward. Obviously that isn't his real name, just what he asked us to address him as. He would sit outside in the garden with us on cooler days, when the sky was overcast and there was no sunshine. He's a vampire after all. Tell us stories about centuries past. When the sun shone, he would sit in the shade with an umbrella, watching us play in the fields beyond the orphanage, making sure we didn't hurt each other or ourselves. And he would be sure to tuck us in every night. He was as much of a parent as we could ask for, and yet the supernatural weren't even the ones we were afraid of. That unique honor was reserved for the big boss of the orphanage, whom was called Chief. Unlike the supernatural caregivers, whose inhuman features were the most frightening thing about them, Chief's presence intimidated everyone in the orphanage. Sure, Chief was definitely human, but everyone was afraid of him. It wasn't just us. Chief often terrified the other caregivers in the orphanage. Children ran when he stalked down the corridor in his dark blue blazer, afraid to cross him. You see, children who caused too much trouble would be sent away from the orphanage and thrown out on the street. They were left to fend for themselves. That's exactly what happened to Naira, the most mischievous girl in our orphanage who loved pranking people. Wedgie and I still remember her, because she was the first child to be removed from the orphanage. Her pranks never did any harm, and while the pranks occasionally annoyed our caregivers, they usually let it go. As I said, our caregivers were really nice. But as the Chinese saying goes, go up the mountain enough times and you'll eventually meet a tiger. On that fateful day, Naira had left a large soap puddle, intended for one of the teachers. Judging by the timetable, it could have been for Miss Skelly, a clumsy skeleton who never seemed to look where she was walking. But instead of Miss Skelly, Chief walked down the corridor just before the start of the next period, when Miss Skelly was due to come through. Everyone knew what was going to happen before it did. We all looked on in horror as Chief slipped, crashing down to the floor in an enormous heap. He lay there for a long while before he picked himself up. "Who did this?" Chief had asked, in a dangerously quiet and calm tone. We all knew it was a rhetorical question. Chief always knew exactly who did what in the orphanage, but he seemed to like to ask anyway. Naira raised her hand timidly. "Get out," Chief said. He stood up and dusted his blazer and pants casually, but underneath his calm demeanor lay a sea of rage. He walked towards Naira and pulled her by the ear, dragging her out of the orphanage's doors. Naira pleaded for Chief to let her go, but he ignored her cries of forgiveness. When Chief returned, he was alone. We never heard from Naira again, and nobody has dared to cross Chief's scent. Sure, there were rumors about Naira. Some said that Naira became a monster herself. Some even went as far as to side with Chief. They said Naira's pranks would only grow, that she was always a monster in the making. They said that Chief's actions were the only way to protect the other children, and even caregivers in the orphanage. But nobody actually knew. After Naira was taken away, Mr. Vampy sat down with us to make sure we were all okay. Some of us cried, despite Chief's reputation for being a cruel man. Naira was our first friend that was kicked out of the orphanage by Chief. Yeah, some humans are scarier than monsters, I guess. Part 2. Yes, sir! Wedgie and I are facing the ground again as Instructor Ryan paces around our room, shouting at us for not keeping our room neat. Not neat enough, by his standards anyway. "How many do you think you owe me?" Instructor Ryan bends down next to us, shouting next to our heads. 10, sir. We responded loudly in unison. The usual punishment. Push! We knocked out 10 push-ups, counting out loud as we do so. We stay in position when we finish. Recover, Instructor Ryan shouts. Yes, sir! We stand up quickly, shuffling back into position, waiting for Instructor Ryan to finish inspecting our room. Welcome to your daily life. It's an endless cycle of workouts, sprinkled with a good dose of calisthenics. We don't study, we don't train with weapons, we just exercise. Your body is your best weapon, Instructor Ryan says. You need to become in tune with your body. What does that even mean? Have you ever seen anybody else about? Wedgie asked me early one evening, as we lounged about our bunk. Don't you find that weird? I know what he means. Other than Instructor Ryan, we had not seen a single other soul since we came here. When we sweated out on the jogging track in the hot afternoon sun in our swimming trunks and running shoes, we are alone. When we swim laps in the pool, we're alone. Even when we go into the kitchen, we're alone. Sure, our trays of food are always there, with some potatoes and rice, or pasta, but nothing else is in sight. The camp is deserted. We are alone, apart from Instructor Ryan, of course. Your body is your best weapon. You need to become in tune with your body, he always says, as we lie on the ground panting after the latest session of exercises. Our sunburnt bodies streaked with dirt and covered in sweat. At least we're starting to get into good shape now. Wedgie has always been scrawny, and I've always been pudgy, but we've since grown into fine young men and rather nice looking physiques. Not gonna lie, sometimes I catch myself looking longer in the mirror at the end of the day. Maybe that's how narcissistic I felt, I think. Well, I don't know what the guy is up to, but I've learned to stop asking him questions long ago. We practically do push-ups each time we ask a question, so I'm keeping my mouth shut, and so should you. I slap Wedgie on the back, laughing. Wedgie is the main source of stupid questions, but in line with Rule 1, we always get to do push-ups together. Nice. Wedgie punches me back in the arm. Becoming in tune with our bodies? Utter crap, he laughs. The door opens and Instructor Ryan is there. Damn, I think as we come to attention, did he overhear us? But if he did, Instructor Ryan gives no indication. He remains passive, expressionless, much unlike the screaming, shouting instructor during our trainings. Come with me, he says. It is time. Time for what? But of course, we know better than to ask. We wordlessly follow Instructor Ryan, trudging down the corridor to the swimming pool. The full moon is in the sky, and we see its reflection in the water. Instructor Ryan turns to Wedgie. Take off everything and jump, he says, pointing to the pool. Wedgie immediately starts stripping off his trunks, socks, and shoes. He knows better than to hesitate, or worse, ask questions. I catch a glimpse of his face, even as I stare ahead facing the pool. As is typical in the military, Wedgie's face is full of unasked questions, but he manages to keep his mouth shut as he leaps into the pool. Instead of keeping afloat, like we always do, Wedgie sinks like a rock. He does not resurface. The next few minutes feel like years. Instructor Ryan's face remains impassive. Permission to rescue Wedgie, sir? I cried out. Very well, Rule 1. Do the same, then go after him. Instructor Ryan's voice is cold and distant. Do the same? I ask before I catch myself, but Instructor Ryan just looks at me in silence. Then it strikes me. Rule 1. Anything that happens to you also happens to your buddy. Anything that applies to you, applies to your buddy. I strip off hurriedly and leap into the pool, looking for Wedgie. I see him lying at the bottom of the pool where he sank. His eyes are peacefully closed. I curse, taking a huge breath and dive, linking my arms around his, swimming upwards and pulling. But he is stuck. A force is holding him to the bottom of the pool. Come on, I think, placing one hand against the bottom of the pool and the other against his body in an effort to lift him. He didn't budge, and now neither does my hand. I am now struggling to free myself. Is this the end? I think, as the last bubbles of air escape my lungs. All of those years in the orphanage that we spent together, all of those months spent training in the army, this is my buddy whom I grew up with. No, Wedgie is more than a buddy. He is my brother. He is family. In a last-ditch effort, I scoop my hand under Wedgie's body, holding him tightly to mine as I pull with all my remaining strength. Just as my vision began to fade, Wedgie suddenly comes free, and we are carried by an invisible force to the pool's surface. We landed on the pool deck, and Instructor Ryan's feet. We tumble apart from each other. Lying on the deck, stunned, gulping huge lungfuls of air, I look at Wedgie to see him glowing. What? I look down at myself. Well, so am I. A thin golden thread runs through our bare chests, linking us to each other. Instructor Ryan smiles. Congratulations, gentlemen. You are now in tune with your bodies. You're ready for the next stage of our training. Part 3. After the last incident, Instructor Ryan gave us a reprieve. The next day, he gave us a day off of training. He even sat down with us in the afternoon and said, "Ask all you want for an hour. There are no stupid questions. You guys deserve that much at least. Starting from now, go." Not that he was forthcoming with the answers. We asked dozens of questions like, what happened to us? What do you mean we're in tune with our bodies? As I'm sure you know, something has happened. You'll find out in the next few weeks of your training. Where's everyone else? What everyone else? Yeah, like I said, the guy isn't really the most forthcoming source of information out there. The main transformation in us though, Wedgie and I figured, was that we could now feel what the other feels. Actually, we found that out the hard way. A few nights after the incident, Wedgie rubbed some mint toothpaste on my armpits and nipples while I was asleep. This prank probably won't surprise those from the military. The next day, we both woke up howling in pain. Yes, including Wedgie. Rule 1 brought to a whole new level. We both couldn't stand still when we came to attention, and were rewarded with plenty of push-ups from Instructor Ryan each time one of us tried to squirm. I swear the guy was smirking throughout our ordeal. Wait a moment, what's the advantage to this? Being in tune with your bodies. Doesn't it make you more vulnerable? We realized that our bond gave us vastly increased stamina. It didn't come from our training. Rather, we got better overnight. Where Wedgie and I could only run 1.5 miles in about 10 minutes, we could now sprint the whole duration. We were also much stronger now, being able to perform superhuman feats of strength and speed. We also learned to control our link between us. I shouldn't go into the details, but let's just say we found out after playing plenty of pranks on each other. Lest you think Instructor Ryan has been nicer to us after the incident, Let me assure you, that is not the case. He's still brutal as ever, torturing us with workout after workout. Sometimes it's almost as if he enjoys seeing us suffer. Gentlemen, he tells us one morning after breakfast, we are going for some cold training. Wedgie and I exchange looks, wondering what that entails. We follow Instructor Ryan to a room, the ice room the door had read. He opens the door and a cold blast hits us, dressed only in our training attire, our swim trunks and training shoes. Wedgie and I shiver, instinctively hugging each other for warmth. Instructor Ryan hardly flinches, even though he, like us, is bare-chested and only wearing trunks and training shoes. The man is tough, I'll give him that. The ice room is a huge cavern, much larger than what the door indicates. As large as a gymnasium, the ice room is covered in powdered snow, formed from the snowflakes that continuously drift down from the ceiling. Wedgie and I look around in amazement. We don't see snow much in our country, and we've never traveled outside of the military, so this was a first. Instructor Ryan wastes no time bringing us to a wrestling platform in the center of the room. Welcome, he says, ignoring our chattering teeth and shivering bodies, even as ice starts forming on his upper body. It doesn't seem to faze him in the least. Today, we shall learn how to fight, you two against me. Two of us against one of him? Wedgie and I exchanged glances. Something must be up. What's the catch? We wondered silently. Two of us against one of him? In our current form? We've been enhanced after all. The rules are simple, Instructor Ryan continues. You will both fight me at once. You win when you throw me out of the ring. I win when I throw either of you out of the ring. Let's begin. Instructor Ryan places his feet apart and beckons with his hands. We let out a yell and charge at Instructor Ryan. He moves much faster than what should humanly be possible. He sidesteps Wedgie's attack and then swipes my leg out from underneath me. I land face first onto a heap of powdered snow on the north end of the wrestling ring, and my senses tell me that Wedgie has two. But on the opposite side, I clamber to my feet, looking for another chance to attack Instructor Ryan, but he's gone. Instead, I see two Wedgies standing in front of me. Then it hit me. Damn, Instructor Ryan is a shapeshifter. He isn't human. I guess I should have seen this coming after all this time, but neither Wedgie or I did. What the hell? One Wedgie said, leaping to attack the other. Wedgie vs. Ryan Wedgie. Ryan Wedgie effortlessly sidesteps Wedgie's attack again. As Wedgie overshoots his target, Ryan grows a dark tendril out of his back, wrapping itself around Wedgie's leg. Ryan flings Wedgie into the air, and I watch my brother sail out of the ring, where he lands on a pile of snow. Looks like you lose. Ryan turns back towards me with a sadistic grin, transforming back into Instructor Ryan. Damn, I was outmatched. I turn to run to the far end of the ring, but I am too slow. I feel a tendril wrap itself around my left leg, pulling it so that I lose my balance and tumble to the floor. Mercy, sir. I held up my hands, pleading as Instructor Ryan pulled me towards him with a grin. Sir, we surrender. Sir. But Instructor Ryan has no mercy. Instructor Ryan grows another tendril from his back, looking a lot like Doc Ock from Spider-Man, as he drags me towards him. One of the two tendrils wraps around my arms and legs, contorting them into painful positions. I try to scream, both in fear and pain, but the other tendril wraps around my chest, squeezing it so tightly that no sound comes out. Instructor Ryan does the same to Wedgie, carrying him back into the ring. Instructor Ryan pulls our bound forearms towards him, holding our bodies tightly against his. He puts his mouth so close to our ears that I feel his breath against my cheek. Wedgie can too. I can feel it through our link. We'll be training here weekly until you beat me, so you two had best improve fast, or else I'll wipe the floor with you. With that, he proceeded to literally wipe the platform with us, ignoring our cries and pleas for mercy. By the time we left the ice room, our bodies were covered with a coat of powdered ice. Wedgie and I hate cold training. Part 4. Instructor Ryan has been harder on us since cold training started. We have it weekly, every Friday. If you thought Fridays are the best day of the week because it comes before the weekend, let us assure you that we dread them. Cold training is always the first thing on Friday mornings, and we only have the weekend to recover before hell starts again. Granted, Wedgie and I have been improving rapidly. We've been training hard ourselves, just the two of us wrestling in the ice room on Monday evenings, supervised by Instructor Ryan, of course. Have you ever watched Pixar's Gary Game? It's about this man who plays chess against himself. Imagine that, but wrestling. It's actually quite hard wrestling someone who knows practically everything you intend to do. Neither Wedgie nor I have quite gotten the upper hand over each other. We each win about half of the time, usually through sheer luck. We try to conceal our intentions from each other, while also trying to read the other's intentions. But it's hard, especially while dealing with Instructor Ryan's pointers for improvements. With a healthy dose of physical punishment, of course. Wedgie tries kicking me with a flying kick, but misses. My return punch connects with Wedgie's waist, sending him flying backwards. "Stop," commands Instructor Ryan. "Wedgie, you're too aggressive. Jungle, you should aim to hit Wedgie here." He gestures to Wedgie's underarms. "And not here." He gestures slightly below towards Wedgie's waist. "Let me show you." Instructor Ryan roughly jabs Wedgie in the underarms, making him wince. Instructor Ryan then grabs him around his neck and throws him onto the ground. "You stay there, Jungle. Get into position." That's another 10 flutter kicks for both of you, for the inappropriate technique. I start to groan as I lay down on the icy ground. We raise our legs in the air and lower them repeatedly as we count the flutter kicks out loud. Good, now recover. Try to be more focused next time. We scramble to our feet and then take up a fighting stance. We spend at least half the training time doing flutter kicks and push-ups, and burpees and crunches, and all other sorts of exercises on the snow-covered ground of the ice room during these training sessions. The ice room may be cold, but the physical exertion makes us sweat. It mixes with the snow on the ground and freezes near instantaneously on our skin. It either forms these streaks of ice, or they form hard, icy drops. Both hurt. Instructor Ryan knows this, and in typical Ryan fashion, uses it to his advantage. He orders us to rotate through exercises too, just to make sure we roll around in the snow more. Like I said, cold training days suck. Welcome to another match of Instructor Ryan versus the Hapless Brothers. Instructor Ryan stretches his arms out as if there were a crowd of onlookers. With an aggressive yell, Wedgie leaps towards him. Ah, Always the aggressive one, sighs Instructor Ryan, catching Wedgie in midair with his arms and spinning him around. Instructor Ryan releases Wedgie and then plants his foot firmly on Wedgie's buttocks, sending him flying out of the wrestling ring. When we get our asses kicked, it's literal. Wedgie tumbles to the ground with a crash that stuns him more than it hurts him. Your turn, Instructor Ryan loudly proclaims. Are you ready to have your ass handed to you? He winks at me. Not good. My heart is racing. I feel beads of perspiration trickling down my face and my back in anticipation. I crouch down, eyeing Instructor Ryan intently, trying to see what he'll do next. Instructor Ryan's skin stretches and ripples, transforming into an octopus again. He lashes a tentacle out at me, but I see the attack coming this time. I deftly sidestep it, leaping onto the rope fence that encloses the wrestling platform. Hee-yah! I yelled, jumping straight for Instructor Ryan's head. And then, I am falling through space, crashing straight to the ground. In that split second, while I was soaring through the air, Instructor Ryan had shapeshifted into a sparrow, fluttering away to safety. Instructor Ryan is in his Doc Ock form again. He's pinning me firmly to the ground. You should have gone for the chest, he says, clearly referencing Thanos in Avengers Infinity War. Game's over, he rumbles on ominously. I hope you learnt your lesson. That can't be good. I shut my eyes, not wanting to see what Instructor Ryan did next. Then I saw it, or rather, felt it, through the telepathic connection Wedgie and I shared. Wedgie soared through the air, landing on Instructor Ryan and temporarily pushing him off me. Instructor Ryan looked confused, then surprised. I thought I saw a triumphant grin flash through his face through my link with Wedgie, but Instructor Ryan's composure quickly turned serious once more. That was good, Wedgie, but you're too late, you've lost, and this is going to hurt. Instructor Ryan extends a tendril, enveloping Wedgie and muffling his terrified cries, and then he picks me up off the ground, effortlessly. Instructor Ryan uses a tendril to hold each of our limbs, and begins threading our limbs around each other, painfully. Our desperate screams echo through the ice room as Instructor Ryan stretches our bodies to their limits. After what seems like an eternity, Instructor Ryan releases us and we crash to the ground. Wedgie and I are wrapped around each other so tightly, we are trapped in a ball with our arms weaved around each other. Looks like you got your asses handed to you, boys, Instructor Ryan smirks, turns and walks away. Talk about sick burns, Instructor Ryan has no chill. We disentangled ourselves through an excruciating and humiliating process. Cold sweat drenched our bodies as we painfully undo Instructor Ryan's handiwork. It takes what feels like an hour, and we don't even think of moving when we're done. We just lie in the ice room, in our trunks and bare feet, semi-naked and shivering. The perspiration that coats our bodies rapidly freezes around us in the chilly air, making it even colder. As we lie there, I stare up at the huge light on the ceiling that illuminates the whole ice room. It reminds me of the moon. You okay, bro? Wedgie asks me verbally, sensing my melancholy through our link. I respond with a confirming noise. Do you ever think of what is still outside? I mean, how does the world even look beyond this complex? I grunt. No idea, man. That ceiling light looks just like the moon. I miss being free. I would have said the word home, but Wedgie and I have known no other home. We have spent all of our lives in the military. What we need is freedom. It takes us hours before we finally pick ourselves up off the frosty ground and limp back to our bunks. It is already late in the afternoon, and the sun is already setting. Our joints ached all weekend. I think I'm discovering tendons and ligaments that I didn't even know existed. Wedgie and I have decided that enough is enough. We have to defeat Instructor Ryan. The dread and our persistent fear of Instructor Ryan, the shapeshifter, has started to get to us. I know Wedgie feels it too. But how do we beat a supernatural? Part 5. Damn. It's Thursday evening again. That means tomorrow is Friday, our least favorite day of the week. It's amazing what some simple old psychology can do to you. You know, Pavlov's experiment, the one where the bell rings and the dog salivates? Same goes for Wedgie and me, except Instructor Ryan finds new ways to torture us every Friday. Something strange is happening though, you know? I think we are recovering faster. Wedgie and I found that the aches and pains now fade faster on weekends. A couple days back, Wedgie accidentally scratched me quite deeply during one of our wrestling matches, but by the time our training session was over, the scratch had already disappeared. There wasn't even a mark where the injury had been. Another weird thing is that I think we are actually starting to get used to the cold in the ice room. In our last training session with Instructor Ryan, he'd ask us to sit back and chill, which involved him forcing Wedgie and I to interlock arms back to back and bury us to our necks in powdered snow, leaving us to dig ourselves out. But we didn't feel as cold as when training first started. These changes in us are rather unsettling, so we bring it up to Instructor Ryan one day. I think we need a doctor, we tell Instructor Ryan, expressing some concern about our health. Nonsense. It's all a part of the training. Instructor Ryan dismisses our concerns. His expression discerns us from asking more, and we have no recourse to any higher authority, so we kept our mouths shut. That said, we've been Googling the answers, and what we're going through is definitely not normal. What is happening to us? When will this all be over? Google, heck, even Reddit turns up nothing. We have so many questions, but so few answers. Truth be told, we are more than a little worried. Most of our fear that we experience on a daily basis comes from Instructor Ryan. We never know what his sadistic mind is thinking of next, but we have also started to question what we're doing in this camp. Rule number 4, your training will be for as long as you and your buddy need. Exactly what does this mean? It's been weeks now, and there's no end in sight, and we still haven't seen another person in this place. The whole training complex is still empty, and there hasn't been another soul. We start to doubt, what sort of weird military training is this? Not that we have time to care too much. Our training program is quite hectic, after all, but the seeds of doubt have been sowed, and we would be lying if we say they aren't growing. You know, having lived in this complex for over a month now, we quite miss the outside world. We miss going out to shop. We miss dining in cafes. There may be a weird telepathic magical bond thing between us, but that doesn't mean we are not human, right? It is now evening, and I am resting on my bunk bed, scrolling through my phone when I happened upon an old photo of ours, Wedgie and I, with our arms around each other's shoulders in high school. Buddies forever, the caption reads. I sigh, glancing over to Wedgie. He's lying on his bed, arms outstretched, trying to cool off on this hot summer evening. I think of something. I have an idea. Wedgie looks at me and shrugs. He reads my mind and knows what I'm thinking. Might work. Best get some sleep, Jungle. It's Friday tomorrow. Yeah, man. Screw Ryan, I responded. Wedgie responds with a sheepish smile. I turn out the light. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Friday. Another showdown between the boys and Ryan. Instructor Ryan announces to an empty ice room, flexing his muscular arms like a boxer before a match. Wedgie and I stand on the south end of the wrestling platform, at opposite corners. We watch Instructor Ryan carefully. He walks towards us calmly, as always, morphing into his octopus form as he does so. I feel a growing dread in the pit of our stomach. Even though Wedgie and I have seen this form of Instructor Ryan so many times. Get him, Wedgie, I urge. As Wedgie launches himself at Instructor Ryan, Instructor Ryan laughs. He easily sidesteps Wedgie. Wedgie lands on the other side of the platform. Your turn, Jungle. I sprint towards Instructor Ryan. Feinting with his right waist, he smirks and motions to block it. That proved to be a colossal blunder. I jabbed Instructor Ryan in his underarm with all of my might. Just as he showed me how to, Instructor Ryan stumbles backwards, clearly surprised. You dare use my own move against me, Jungle? Instructor Ryan whips me across the back with a tendril. I cry out in pain and fall onto the frosty ground. He uses 2 tendrils to hold my arms apart, and a 3rd tendril to lash me across my back. I scream in pain with each lash of the tendril. The wounds close rapidly, but each lash opens a fresh one. This is not going to end well. Instructor Ryan releases his grip on me suddenly and crashes to the ground. What the, he says. In a flash, Wedgie is on top of him, ripping his tendril out of his back. Angry welts appear where Instructor Ryan's tendrils once were. They glow black and red. Instructor Ryan hisses in pain, eyes widening in surprise. I jump onto Instructor Ryan's back now, getting rid of his tendrils, one by one. Instructor Ryan squirms below our knees, trying to transform, trying to escape. But it is too late for Instructor Ryan. He shrieks in pain with each rip. When we are done, Wedgie throws Instructor Ryan out of the ring and lets out a jubilant roar. Wedgie and I hug each other and clap each other on the back, and we leave the ring. But we still have one more thing to do. We walk over to where Instructor Ryan lies on the ground, or to be exact, where he should be lying. Instructor Ryan is gone, and in his place is a lady with long hair lying on the frost-covered ground. Wedgie and I exchange glances. She looks familiar. I place 2 fingers on her neck to check her pulse. She's motionless but alive. Naira. It hits me first, and I stumble back, shocked. Wedgie's eyes widen in shock a split second later, undoubtedly having registered what was happening through a telepathic link. Naira opens her eyes to see us staring at her. Surprised, she mumbled weakly. We are, but we have learned not to ask questions. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Wedgie winks at me. I am, Wedgie. I wink back. As I look up at the huge light in the center of the ice room. Let's go to the moon. Naira pales as she realizes what we intend to do. I command you release me, rule number 3, Naira shouts desperately. Well, you're not Instructor Ryan anymore, are you? I retort. Reggie and I laugh. Naira panics as she realizes she is running out of bargaining chips. Guys, please, Naira begs. I can answer all your questions. Oh, Wedgie says. Like how every question we ask is stupid? but we were curious, so we put her down. Alright, tell us everything then. Talk! Naira swallowed anxiously and started talking. Chief always knew I was a shapeshifter, and so he was afraid of me. As you may already know, people have always been afraid of things they don't know. Boss took me in that very night. Chief forced me from the orphanage. Hold on, I say. Who's Boss? Boss is one of the most powerful crime lords on this planet. You've never heard of her. She keeps a low profile. For decades, she's been spending huge sums of money, investigating the paranormal and building her own army. As part of those plans, she built this huge complex where we train. Boss has corrupted your military's top brass, and for years, we took in recruits from there to train. Boss preferred to take in people from orphanages. They have no families, so there would be fewer questions. But a few months ago, Boss started to lose control of her criminal empire. Apparently, she was stricken with poor health or something, and her partner in crime betrayed her too. She found out and prevailed, and last I heard, he was rotting away in some prison cell in the middle of nowhere. But her vast criminal enterprise had been compromised. A few months ago, all the existing arrangements were falling apart, so we stopped bringing in new recruits. You were the last two. Nobody wanted to train you, and all the other instructors left. Since everything here, food, cleaning, maintenance, is automatically carried out, I decided to take you under my wing. I wanted you to be the best soldiers I'd ever trained. You would be my magnum opus. And now, I think I've finally done it. Wedgie slaps Naira across the face. How dare you tell us this? Our training came at the price of our mental health. All those torturous trainings you put us through, how dare you say it was worth it? That's enough blabbering from you, you little witch. Jungle, let's do it. Wedgie nods at me, and we both know what to do. We hoist Naira up by her trunks as she wiggles in futile. We plant our feet firmly on her back, and we stretch her as far out as her arms allow. Let me tell you, a shapeshifter's arms can stretch, and then we release. We catapult Naira onto the ice room's ceiling light, leaving her to dangle by her arms from the rooftop, clad in only the trunks and the shoes that she wore as Instructor Ryan. Revenge is a dish best served cold, we called out, laughing, as we closed the door to the ice room behind us. We did not see Naira for the next 2 days, and we take this opportunity to wander through the complex in our own time. It's strange that there's no notice from the higher brass. Maybe Naira is right. Everyone is gone, just quiet. But we do not care. Finally, inner peace. We deserve that much. Oh, and if you're wondering, we think we know what becoming in tune with your own body means now. Wedgie and I seem to be able to keep cool or warm, regardless of the weather outside, and we've become much stronger, much faster, much more enhanced. Think Captain America without the stars and stripes and shield. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised to learn it exists at this point. After all that has happened, the one weird thing is that we don't seem to tolerate clothes anymore. We'd assumed that our training was now complete after defeating Instructor Ryan, and tried wearing normal clothes again. They itched so badly. We took everything off after a couple of minutes. It seems that the only thing we can now tolerate are shorts or swim trunks, like those we used in our training, but not shirts. Oh well. We are superhuman or supernatural, but clothes is our greatest nemesis, Wedgie asked incredulously. I laughed. I guess being supernatural is weird. Looks like this is going to be our new lives. I look at my frame in the mirror. Well, at least we both look good. When Naira appears, she limps into our room, timid and respectful. Gone was the arrogant prick she was as Instructor Ryan. Sirs, Naira stammers. There is someone who wants to meet you. A mysterious man gracefully sweeps into the room. His aura is one of danger. But these small things no longer faze us. We were victorious in our battle in Instructor Ryan / Naira, and we are indomitable. Besides, we sense that he means us no harm anyway. You broke the girl mentally and physically. She was already unstable in both senses of the word, due to the traumatic childhood, and what you did to her in the ice room seems to have broken her completely. She was lucky that I found her when I did, or else she might have died from hypothermia, or from starvation. Wedgie and I start to protest that we could hardly be blamed for what happened to Naira. The man holds up his hand. Despite our pride, his authority commands us to fall silent. We do, and let him speak. There is no need for you to explain what you've done. I know what happened, and to be honest, for what she did to you, she probably had it coming. Not that I'm a great arbiter of morals, for what it's worth. Knowing we weren't going to be held responsible for what happened to Naira, Wedgie and I heaved a sigh of relief. That assurance is enough for us. We do not ask how the man knows things, but our intuition tells us that he is not lying. After all, there are many strange things in this world, and we have learned to accept it. The man leans forward, offering us his hand. I am Zen Tang. Perhaps you have heard of me. I can sense your confusion. I think we should move to a safer and more comfortable place. But I thought I should tell you that your military has deserted you. Its leadership is in tatters, and nobody is coming for you. I'm glad to have finally found you. It took me a lot of effort. Come with me, and I'll show you a world more complex than which you have ever known. Are you ready, Jungle? I'm scared, Wedgie. Wedgie turns to look at me and gives me that classic cheeky grin of his. No, not just classic, reassuring. We'll be sitting on the world together, Wedgie says, quoting onward. Watching as the days turn into night. I responded affirmatively. And so we each grasp Zen's hand firmly and give it a good shake and turn. We are ready. There was a woman named Syl that lived in our attic. Well, she wasn't really a woman, I guess. We called her because that's what everyone in our family had done. But she wasn't a person. She wasn't a human. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what she was. I've tried to figure it out, but nothing ever fit for her. Some type of fae, perhaps. A witch, maybe? A monster? The fact of the matter is, I don't know what the heck this being was that stayed upstairs. It doesn't really matter, though. She was there. But now, she's not. It was my job to bring her meals, and I made a mistake. I made a monumental mistake. I brought her food once in the morning and once in the evening. She wasn't allowed to eat meat, so I'd make her salads and roasted vegetables and rice. She seemed to especially like my veggie soup. I had a routine of how I operated around her. I'd fix her meal, head upstairs, unlock the padlock on the attic door, and climb up the small set of stairs. Syl knew the exact time I'd come up, so she'd always be ready at her small table in the center of the room. I'd set the food in front of her, and sometimes I'd chat with her for a bit. I think she enjoyed when I'd fill her in on what was going on outside. It was hard to tell, because her face didn't change a whole lot. Her head was a little too round to look normal. Her eyes were also round, perfect circles. She didn't have any sclera, only dark violet irises and big black pupils. Her mouth was permanently stretched out into a small line, and her teeth were abnormally large and rectangular. Even though I knew she had to be very, very old, her skin wasn't wrinkled at all. It was perfectly smooth and pale, like marble. She didn't have any hair as far as I knew. My entire life, she'd been bald, and I'd never seen any eyebrows. To my knowledge at the time, Syl hadn't spoken much either. There were tales passed down from many generations ago that claimed she was once an entirely different creature. Apparently, when my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather first captured and imprisoned her, she was beautiful and spoke often, but it was her beautiful singing that had really been immortalized in stories. Sometimes I'd wished I was alive back then, so I could hear her sing, and so I could see how beautiful she once was. If I looked really closely, I could see a glimpse of it when the attic light caught her figure just right. Just for a moment, she radiated brilliance. It sounds foolish to say now, but I think I somehow fell in love with Syl, even though she never spoke, even though she was hundreds of years old, and even though she looked more grotesque than pretty. I fell hard for the being in my attic. I suppose I could attribute some of it to being an 18-year-old boy who never got to leave the house much. I was homeschooled, and I didn't have any friends. Syl was the only person I saw that wasn't part of my family. I grew to enjoy the little bit of time we spent together each day, and things progressed. I started to casually touch her when I brought her meals. I'd rest a hand on her shoulder or brush against her when I gather her used dishes. I got bolder over time until one day, I kissed her on the cheek. Syl was surprised when I did it. Heck, I was surprised. But I didn't take it back. That was the same day I confessed my feelings for her. I was scared, but Syl seemed pleased. I was convinced she returned my feelings. Things changed between us after that. I spent more time in the attic with her. I started sneaking up there after everyone else had gone to bed. Syl began to let me kiss her on the mouth. Eventually, it got to the point where we'd spend hours up there after dark, make out in the dim light of the attic. I felt like things were going great, and I only felt harder. I loved Syl. Because I loved Syl, I worried about her. It bothered me that she had to stay locked upstairs all this time. I hated how we treated her like a prisoner, like a criminal. One evening, while I cuddle up with her. She reached over and caressed my cheek. Then, much to my surprise, Syl spoke. "I would like a date with you," she said. My heart stopped. Her voice was beautiful, all rich tones and lilting cadence. She wanted a date. How could I deny her? "Sure," I said. "We can have a date. I can bring some candles up and make something special and—" "No," she replied, cutting me off. "I would like a date with you, but not here." Syl gestured to the room around us. "Here makes me sad. I would like a date somewhere happy. Just one happy date with you." She could have asked me to rip off my own fingernails at that point, and I would have agreed. She was looking up at me with those wide, violet eyes, and all my inhibitions faded. "My parents are going out of town this weekend," I said. "I could let you out into the house with me then. We could have a date downstairs. In fact, you could stay downstairs with me." Syl was very pleased with that idea, and I created a plan of action for the weekend. I asked her what she wanted to eat on our date, and she, for some strange reason, chose hot dogs. I figured it would be alright to let her have some meat just this once. It was a special occasion. Besides, I was wrapped around her finger. I never even considered denying her requests. I covertly cleaned up where I could so that I didn't seem suspicious in front of my parents. Finally, Friday afternoon came, and my parents left. I waited a little while to make sure they wouldn't come back before I let Syl out of the attic. I led her downstairs to the kitchen. I sat her at the bar while I went to start cooking our hot dogs and fries. She never said anything, but she did lean up when I passed by her for glasses, silently asking for a kiss. Her eyes were lit up with a whole new emotion I'd never seen from her before. My naive self thought it was love or joy. I served her 2 hot dogs and buns, and she ate them like a ravenous animal. I was a bit taken aback, since it was so different than how she normally ate her meals. She stood from her seat and reached across the bar. Her hand found my forearm, and she gripped it tightly. Her nails dug into my skin, enough to draw blood. Syl raised her head to meet my confused gaze, and I froze. Her eyes were fuchsia, and her pupils tiny. Her once placid mouth was upturned into a smile that seemed too deep for any living thing to achieve. Somehow, her rectangular teeth had retracted, revealing sharp-pointed teeth like a shark's. She yanked me across the bar roughly, her nails ripping into my flesh. I yelped, and she snickered. "Stupid boy," she snarled. "I do have to say I'm shocked this all turned out this way, and I was vying for your sympathy. I wanted you to feel sorry for me. But you had other plans, didn't you? You're a little freak, huh? You were so infatuated with me. I've never met anyone attracted to one of my kind before. You certainly shouldn't. Everything about our making should scare you. We're built to scare you, but you liked it." "Syl," I whispered, "I don't understand." She cackled and used her free hand to slam my head against the counter. "What did you think was going to happen tonight, boy? Did you really think we would spend a romantic evening together like this? Did you think the night would end with more kisses? A declaration of love? Commitment? It's laughable, really. She released my arm and brought her hand up to her face, sniffing at my blood on her fingernails. Her mouth twisted into a grimace and she jerked back. "You're lucky your bloodline's flesh smells like rotten fish," she said before she jumped out of the window and ran at an impossible speed, disappearing into the darkness. I called my parents right away and hurriedly explained what had happened. They rushed home immediately to survey the damage. My mother was terrified, and my father was a mixture of scared and furious. He screamed at me until he was nearly purple. My mom had to calm him down, but she didn't do much. She herself was crying almost constantly. She kept saying over and over again, we had to move. We couldn't stay in the area too long. We'd have to leave the house my family had lived in for generations. That was the night I found out the whole story of Syl. You see, she was a monstrous creature that had lived in a nearby forest since our town was just a small settlement. Every few nights, she'd break into homes and steal people from their beds. She'd take them back to her lair and consume them. My ancestors finally had enough of dealing with her. The settlement realized that she never attacked people in my family, so they thought maybe something stopped her. They devised a plan for my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather to capture her, lock her up, and keep her weak by only feeding her vegetables, not meat. They all expected her to eventually die, but she never did. Instead, my family vowed to keep Syl locked away to protect the town. We became the guardians of our neighborhood, and in the span of a few hours, I'd sentenced them all to a bloody and horrifying death. I wish I could start this post with a better title, a better explanation, but at the moment, I just can't, because I just don't remember anything of my past. I woke up a few days ago in a dimmed green room with wires hooked up to a machine, and hearing voices talking about me, but unable to understand what they were saying. It almost sounded like my head was underwater. The men left. I tried to move, but I just couldn't. I couldn't scream out for help. I couldn't do anything. All I was able to do was look around the room, listening to the constant beeping and scraping while drifting in and out of sleep. While I was sleeping, I had memories, I guess. Maybe. I don't really know. Dreams of unknown faces and places. Places that look nothing at all like this. I do know that I woke up from one dream to a scream so loud it made my heart beat right out of my chest. I knew I needed to try and force myself to escape. I forced myself to move off of the table and landed with a crash onto the cold floor. I panicked and looked towards the doorway. No one was coming. The screams from outside the room were coming from different locations. I knew I needed to get out. I slowly pulled myself up and wobbled to the door. It was locked. I let out a sigh of distress, then made my way slowly to the other side of the room. I'd been able to study my surroundings while I was laid on the table, and I knew there was an air vent located here. I opened it up and climbed in, making sure to click it back into place, and slowly slid and crawled my way through the small space which has become my home. In the vents, I've been able to see other experiments happening too. Experiment 2116. In the room chained up was a woman. They fed her through a tube pumping this orange liquid into her body. She screamed out almost instantly. Her body convulsed and changed as she grew flesh-like wings out of her back. As that happened, her face grew as well. It was bigger and more rigid. Hair burst out of her skin, covered her body. The horns would be the last thing that came in. After that, her chained up body went limp. The men swore. Apparently that was not the result they were hoping for. They undid her chains and discarded her corpse, kicking it to the side as if she was nothing. They left and called for someone named Miss White to clean up room 19. Other rooms are the same. People are either caged up or chained. A few are like me and have been left on tables. Other people have limbs removed and replaced with animal parts. After a few minutes of me leaving my room, the place had gone on high alert, and the building had been shut down ever since then. No one is allowed to leave until I've been found. I did manage, so far, to find the staff area, and have been able to pick up a worker's phone from a jacket that they discarded on the side, and grab myself some food and water, which I've stashed. My only hope is escaping, and I don't think that it's even possible right now. Even if I could escape, I don't know where I would go. I don't know who I am. I am just Experiment 4892. Update 1. It's been a few hours since I first posted, and I thought I'd explain a little bit of the layout and update people on things that have happened during the day. I've mostly been trying to navigate the vents. I dropped back into the staff area and picked up a pen and have been writing notes and drawing arrows towards areas that I use mostly, such as the bathroom. The place is still on high alert. They started with normal security, doing room sweeps. I stayed as quiet as possible, but after a few hours, they gave up. I wish I could say it ended there though, but I can't. Not after they sent out the whistlers. Just for a background, the whistlers are creatures, humanly shaped, but these are far from being human. Their eyes are dark and sunken into their pale white face. They have weird slits for noses and are walking. No, not even walking. More like gliding around the floor in black robe type things. Their bony fingers entwined in front of them. But the thing that sends chills down my spine about them is that they have no mouth. It's just flesh. The whistle that comes out of them is intoxicating. It draws me to them. The sound isn't magnetic. I know I don't want to leave my hiding place, but the whistlers are making it extremely difficult not to leave here. Even when they leave the area that I'm in, I can still hear that whistle in my head. I'm currently above one of the experiments, watching through the grates. They seem to be aware of the whistlers too. They are currently strapped to the bed. Everyone is strapped to the beds. However, you can see that they are trying to break free, even in their unconscious state. It was so strange. These things keep being sent out in waves, every few hours. At the moment, they've been silenced as they keep messing with the other experiments. I did manage to follow the vents to where some air is coming from. All I can really say is this place is huge. But it seems that this place is buried so far underground that getting out would be very much impossible at the present moment. I'll try to keep you updated as often as I can. Update 2. I don't know how long I have left with you all. Now more than ever, I need to find a way out. You remember the Whistlers? They know I'm hiding here. They just don't know which part. Yet, I hope it stays that way. I really do. They were still bringing out the Whistlers. I'd been able to time it so that when they went away, I would be able to get some sleep, so I'd be stronger to fight their calls mentally. Only the last few times, they haven't been stuck to a schedule, which left me asleep and mentally vulnerable to them, especially on the last sweep. I woke up to my subconscious Whistler-controlled body trying to escape the vent, which in turn alerted them all. I, during these times, have been able to do more navigation and try to gather more information about where I am. Had to pick up a new phone along the way. The other one I had died. I made sure to delete any links back to here before it did, though I don't think it mattered if they found out about this anyways. But more on that later. Since finding out I'm in the vents, they've released the crawlers. The crawlers, from what I've gathered so far, are blind and are relying very much on taste and sound. Their heads are cocked back, listening for any movement. I'm trying to be as quiet as I can while attempting to move away from them. These creatures are fast. Faster than me. I know if I make a mistake, I'm dead. I saw how deadly these things can be. One crawler hit themselves on their side. The rest let out a screech before all moving forward towards the noise. He was ripped apart in seconds. I don't want to die like that. In fact, I don't want to die at all. However, the likelihood of my escape, if I'm being honest, it just seems impossible. I'm so far underground with no hope. And even if I did escape, where would I go? I don't know who I am, where I'm from, or what I am. Being here, I've learned that both the Whistlers and the Crawlers are experiments. They used to be like me. That also means any one of us down here can be made into one of these things. I also overheard a conversation a few of the workers were having about the time another experiment managed to escape, that they made sure nothing else would ever be able to escape, including me. That's if I wasn't dead yet before they found me. I'd definitely be dead soon. They also spoke about how they found the one that did escape a few weeks later. It had destroyed a town. He then continued with saying that the town's very existence had been wiped clean of any outside knowledge. That no one up there even knew it was there. That they have the ability to change people's thought processes on a mass scale. That they've been doing it for years. Apparently, sometimes people up there remember things differently, or think that something was something else. But when they've looked it up, it's different to how they remember. I don't know. It makes no sense to me, but maybe it will to some of you. I don't know if any of you even know what I'm talking about, but if you do, it's because they've done it. They've changed the way you think. What if, though? What if I am like the one that got out? What if I got out and even ended up hurting people? I don't want to hurt anyone. At least, I don't think I do. But maybe since hearing them talk about that one who escaped, I can't help but think, maybe I would. That maybe I don't want to hurt the people here because I'm programmed not to. Sort of like their protection, to make sure everything runs smoothly. Just like the whistlers don't affect them. Or if they do, they don't show it. The crawlers don't try to rip them apart either. I guess they need to program people not to attack, just in case something gets out or wakes up. They have protected themselves from whatever monsters they've created. I don't think I want to hurt another experiment either, but that doesn't mean that I won't. I still don't know what they were trying to do to me before I woke up. Hell, I could be slowly transitioning into anything right now and not even know it's happening. However, I do know this. 1. The whistlers do affect the experiments. I've seen this, and was the reason why they couldn't be left out for long. I don't think they hurt each other, but I also don't want to risk getting in front of one of them. 2. The crawlers do kill each other, and they don't care. As long as it makes a noise. Obviously, the whitecoats can make as much noise as they want. Though a few people are trying to speak in hushed voices and keep as quiet as possible. I guess even they are on the edge. I sort of don't blame them for it, especially after seeing how they killed their own. 3. Everything is in an experimental process, that they have a sort of mind control over all of us, or at least from what I've seen, most of us. What I don't know? 1. Will the crawlers kill me or another experiment the way they killed themselves? Or will they just alert the whitecoats and take me to them? I don't want to put that to the test, so I'm going to try and avoid that for as long as I can. 2. Other experiments? Are they hiding? What else will they send out trying to find me? 3. Can I even trust this form of communication if you guys reading this are also a part of these experiments? I mean, if the whitecoats have control of you without you even knowing, maybe you tell them where I was or how to get to me. Maybe one of you already has, but maybe you just don't remember doing it. Who do I trust? Update 3. A different voice appears. Let me begin by introducing myself to you all, without giving too much away, as I have to keep people safe, as well as myself. I am a doctor here at this facility. I can't say where it is, just that it is indeed underground. I believe you also knew that. This, for me, started off as a job helping the sick, At least that's what I was told. It's what a lot of my colleagues have also been told. And yes, at first, it was. We would help people with stem cell treatment, cure illnesses and diseases. Seriously, these people have a whole arsenal of medicines. Unfortunately, due to the nature of some of them, they remain hidden from society. As previously stated, I started out helping normal people. I didn't care where the research was coming from, or how I just assumed it was all above board, and I just went with it. Hell, I was saving lives. I never realized that this was how it starts. They suck you in, continuously willing you to process further in your career. Slowly, they pull you deeper into the hole. It's probably comparable to a pan of boiling water. If you touch the water when it reaches its boiling point, you burn. However, if you sit in that pan of cold water and it heats up gradually, you barely notice until it's too late. I was that person in the cold pan, and now, much like 4892, I don't know who I am. My values have pretty much gone out the window. It was only when I, myself, read 4892's posts, and I've realized that I needed to regain some sense of compassion. I've been holding on to their secrets for a way too long. And yes, I said it before, I do need to be careful about what I say, so I don't arouse suspicion. This place is highly monitored. I doubt they come looking for this post, so I do believe it's safe. But just to make sure, they have my family, and yes, they are looked after currently, but it's more of a security blanket for them. To keep me quiet. Heck, to keep us all quiet. Some colleagues, you can see they enjoy inflicting pain, testing humans, turning them into monsters. Others, not so much. I've been in rooms where a patient has been injected with H2SO4, sulfuric acid, just to see how much they could take until they died. Other patients get mutated. They are transformed into something more. 4892 told you about the orange liquid. I, unfortunately, don't have a high enough authority to know exactly what it is. But I have been in rooms that are running these experiments, and I know that they are trying to create something different, something new that will be more deadly, something they can use as a weapon. 4892 was a sleep experiment. We were using them and others like them to infiltrate your dreams. It is easy enough. Brainwave signals get sent out, as well as connections. The sleep experiments are again being weaponized. They are being used to modify your very thought processes. They want you to see things as normal. They want you to change your mind. And the best way, the easiest way to do that, is to get you while you're asleep. See, while you're asleep, your brain is vulnerable. You're not alert. Your subconscious has taken control, making you all easy targets. The experiment that got away was before my time here, though I did hear stories of it. Yes, he escaped, and yes, he did destroy a village. However, I do believe that a few people survived, and they were brought down here and have become test subjects themselves. You see, the test subjects are generally people who no one cares about. Homeless people, drunks, addicts, and missing people. Though we do sometimes help people with their drug and alcohol addictions, promise them the world, and then they become easier to manipulate. Help them once, they'll owe you for life, especially when you promise them the freedom to be whatever they want to be. We've found drug addicts are better suited to become Project 73. I believe 4892 called them crawlers. To finish up, I am truly sorry I couldn't do more to protect 4892. They knew they couldn't escape the facility. Too much is at stake, and their capture was easy. They just had to combine both Project 73's and Project 4's talents together. Project 4, whistling, lured 4892 into some movement of such, which alerted 73 to their position. Don't worry, 4892 wasn't ripped apart. They for some reason will only do that to their own breed. They rely on complete silence, and the ones that make the noise are weak. Therefore, they have to be dealt with. 4892 was pulled down from the vent and quickly reprimanded. From there, they were taken to the termination chamber, where they were essentially put to sleep. They wouldn't even feel it. It honestly would have been painless. Once an experiment gets out and breaks their cycle, they can't go back. They become useless, especially the dream experiments. They are impossible to reuse once awakened. We are still yet to determine how they even wake up, but there's usually one or two that do every few weeks. 4892 was the only one that had evaded us for such a long time, and now that they have 4892, that mistake will never happen again. Everyone is now being monitored fully. Cameras are in every room just to make sure. I am truly sorry for their story. This should never have gotten out, and you should never have been made aware of any of this. As a last goodbye, I only have a few things to say. Stay safe and have sweet, sweet dreams.